Hello everyone! How are we all on this fine Sunday? Oh, greetings and of course salutations. We are back for episode 23 of Pariahs, and straight off the bat, Sneeze, hello! Scopsu coming in with the 50 months resub. I appreciate it, buddy. How are you? Haters, hey Nightly, how are you all? But yeah, we're doing okay. We're doing good. Nothing to really complain about, to be honest. Just good times and traumatic, dark games of D&D. That's not Baldur's Gate, because the addiction is certainly strong with some of us. So, as we start off, I've not had a chance to pour myself a drink yet, so we'll do that. Sod it. I'll have a big swig. Oh. Cheers. New stuff to report. Nothing really. Not that I can think of at the moment. Oh yeah, we are missing. You may be able to tell by the portraits. We are missing our beloved agent of chaos today. Vanya is currently down with the sickness. But it also makes sense, as in character, the events of last week were quite rough. And talking about... Oh, that's a bit loud. Music. Blow my eardrums out. Talking about what happened last week. Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
Hiya.
Oh, chat, look at that.
What? What?
We're talking. We're alive. It's so good.
I don't know what you're talking about. Hey! Hey, Geldar, how are you? How are you?
Hey, paying no attention to the bald man. Our portraits move when we speak.
That's the whole point, so you don't pay attention to the bald man.
Yes, look at us. We move. I'm animated.
I've got a feeling we're going to be just playing with this all night.
Yeah. It's
We don't do
Pretty
things.
much.
I completely, for a moment there, I completely forgot about that. I completely forgot I did that while setting this up until you said, "Oh, hello, jump."
Joe.
Oh, she's missed her debut.
What
Air
kind of spirit?
Yeah, I mean, whoa.
Like rum.
Yeah, that rum spirit or ooh spirit? That's the question. All right, so with that, kind of went down the sink. Fair. oh. Cypher.
Yes.
You want to?
Do I want to, or am I going to? It's two totally different fucking questions.
All right, let me rephrase that. If you would be so kind.
I would, yes.
What happened last week on episode 22 of Pariahs?
All right, we escaped from down below, locked the door behind us, and everybody well, not everybody. Cypher was fine. Falco wasn't fine. Poor Garrett had to stitch him up. He did a smashing job, by the way. Best medicine roll he's ever done. So yeah, everybody got patched up. Cypher and Vanya decided positivity was in order, so tried to rob from Garrett's drawer. Cypher got the drawer open, only to be fucking bamboozled by fucking Garrett's huge brain, massive schwad, huge bonds. And he totally fucking, he did us. Totally did us. and it wasn't there. So Cypher saw it. Can't keep a secret, so I told them what happened. And then after that, Vanya and Cypher didn't stay up all night because fucking he was asleep in the morning. And I assume he kept dozing off.
More than
'Cause,
likely.
yeah, it's boring. But Vanya pulled an all-nighter doing research, and then tried to relay what she learned back to the group. And I'm guessing either her brain was pickled by the sandwiches fucking Cypher was giving her, or just the lack of sleep, because came back across gobbledygook for a little bit. But we passed out the information.
Sure. Let's go with that. Not the excess amount of alcohol.
I was being nice. She's poorly bad, you know that? Good fuck. You a shit face. Shite bag. So yeah, we learned some stuff about the city below, and somebody had been researching it on the very grounds that we sit. Oh, rum sip.
Cheers.
So yeah, lots of information. Sort of some backstory from Vanya, but not really. Just can't even answer a simple fucking question that she'd already answered. It was my one shit-faced moment for the year. Aye, alright. So yeah, we learned that she was from up north, and that the city below is a lot older than we thought it was. Or than I thought it was, you know? I thought it just fucking materialized. Apparently it's been there a while.
Yeah. It's because you don't listen to the DM.
Maybe I do, and I'm just staying in character. Get fucked. But yeah, and then after that, off a trip to society was in order. So off we went to learn how to best protect ourselves from the nasties that live down in the underground. And we did. We learned that the coroner would teach Vanya and Cypher how to make magical wards to keep any spirits or nasties out.
Yep.
And the botanist reminded Garrett that he already has the thing he needs to close it off. In the form of, is it the dried root? Is that what it's called? What the item is?
It is called a thingy. Hold.
A thingy.
Botanist's root.
So yeah, apparently a little dash of water solve all your problems. We didn't know that. She didn't fucking tell us what it did.
She didn't ask.
That's
You
also
didn't
a fair
ask.
point.
Yeah.
She must have just assumed that we knew.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then we told the coroner and everybody what we learned, and Cypher put down a picture. It did not go well. It was not well
no.
received.
No, it wasn't. No, it really wasn't well received at all.
Everyone's a critic.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, how to be an artiste in this world? It's bullshit. But yeah, he was none too happy with the picture of an obelisk that looks like his little obelisk. That's a penis joke for anybody that's paying attention. So yeah, he did not take kindly to the picture, and told us it was best to be left alone and forgotten about. And we went, okay, that's fair. We're nearly dead.
Yes, the coroner, when he got somewhat serious, dropped a 5th level flame strike in a enclosed room. Didn't go well. Didn't go well at all.
He's been watching too many D&D TikToks, and he's like, "I'll just fireball the room."
I mean,
Yeah.
So yeah, after that, if I remember rightly, you were basically not so much kicked out of the society, but you made a hasty retreat from the darkened chambers.
Yeah, everybody was not down for our bullshit anymore at that point. So
No, and even the nurse and the botanist were cowed by the coroner's power, and they also retreated to their private quarters. So, unless anyone's got anything they wish to add.
no.
No? Alright, in that case then we will pick up from whence we left off. Yeah, why not? And in the meantime, let's drop the music to something a touch more thematic. So, we return to the scene of the 4 of you being ejected out of the society, back into the narrow, dimly lit alleys of lower streets. At this point, Vanya, looking incredibly pale, the adrenaline of what just happened finally wearing off, she passes out, slumping to the ground momentarily.
Cypher looks like starts slapping her. Wake up! Wake up!
So I think she might need a rest. How about we just get her up to her room and tuck her in?
Okay. Can you help me carry her? I'm not very strong.
I'll. Here, you take her right arm. I'll take her left arm, and we'll do it together.
Okay. I got it.
Yep. Okay. Come on. Well, she's short, but why is she so heavy? Is it the dress?
I don't know. It's all bread in our pockets.
Come on. Yeah.
So you have poor Teresa and Cypher just dragging Vanya's carcass
Down the streets, her shoes are...
She lost her on half a street ago.
Yeah, one of her shoes flies off, never to be seen again. You know, one of the urchins ends up grabbing it and running away. But as you begin to make your way through lower streets into Market Row, you're obviously met with the upturned eyebrows of several of the citizens as they see this woman being escorted.
It's fine, everyone. She's just been on the sauce.
Again. It's fine.
One of the other peddlers turns around. Is that so? Well, I mean... Oh. And look, since she's passed out, she got anything that you want to sell? You know, that she might have accidentally lost? Peddler wiggles his fingers in air quotation.
I think not.
Oh, well,
There might be a shoe hanging around somewhere if you can find it, but that's about it.
what am I going to do? We want... Yeah, right, well, all right, whatever you've... Good luck with her, eh? Fucking pisshead. The peddler offers a brief nod and a wave as you depart, again making your way finally out of Market Row and finding yourself back at the Baron's Folly. At this point, it would be roughly around about midday. The tavern had pretty much just be opening by this point, or at least have been open for about half an hour. There's no sign of Falco on the door, for obvious reasons.
He was told to take a few days, right?
Yes. But who you do see is a rather tall man, Errol.
He's so handsome.
He is a handsome chap. Leant against the door frame, the usual stack of old ale that is passed out to the homeless or those down on their lucks, not been touched. You immediately get the impression Errol's not exactly the greatest of salesmen.
Or conversationalist.
Or conversationalist, for that matter. As you begin to approach the door to the Baron's Folly, he casts a glance over you all, offers a single respectful nod to Garrett, then to Reza. And then his eyes fix on Cypher. And with a slight motion of the head to the side. Yeah. Vanya.
She fell over.
She's had a rough morning. We're going to go tuck her in.
Alright. And with that, Errol just leans to the side, grabs the door and opens. With you being back home, I'm going to say you've probably got a few miscellaneous tasks that you want to do. So, with that, I'm going to basically hand this bit over to you guys. What's the plan now that you're back home?
Well, I'm assuming Banya's in bed now, all tucked up, fucking a 1 foot missing a shoe hanging out the bed.
Bottom of a dress stained from all the puddles she's been dragged through.
No.
No?
Reza would have shooed Cypher out, and she would have respectfully gotten Vanya into her pajamas, hung up her dress carefully, because she knows how important her clothes are to her, and she would have set things up properly.
All right. Yeah. You've been on the brunt of this, so I would say you certainly know the routine by now. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna ask for a performance roll or anything like that. So, anything else?
Cypher's gonna go to Garrett. Be like, so what now? Are you gonna use the route tonight? Today? Now?
Reza followed.
I think the sooner we get the magic's working, the better. Because it's a large area that needs to be covered.
Yeah. And we should definitely check on that corpse. And he's looking at Reza and he's like, shouldn't we? Yeah?
Well, sure.
You got a knife?
Of course, always.
You're good at cutting things up, right?
Cypher, what are you getting at?
The monster that
Yeah.
might still be there. Might have some things that I want.
You want a new pet claw?
I didn't think about that. Maybe I do. But no, I want some of the stuff.
So, Reza looks to Garrett and says, well, when we get down there, I suppose we'll take a look around. If it seems safe, maybe we can go, but
Okay, only if it's safe, right? And he looks at Garrett. Yeah?
We go to that one room to start with. Stay together. We do what we need to do and then get out. Because none of us are at our best right now.
I smell like the kitchen. And he holds up his arm, sniffs his pit. Singed.
Yes, I don't think any of us have seen better days in a while.
Okay. Okay. Let's go.
Just out of interest, what do you want from...
The inside parts. Organs, heart, liver, kidneys, brain.
We should probably get lots of torches to bring with us.
And maybe a bucket if you're going to be carrying entrails?
Yes, that's a good idea.
I still don't know why you want it. Just tell me you're not going to get Francis to cook it.
No, I need it. It's fine. It's for magic school stuff.
Right. Now,
Uh-huh.
are you sure this magic school's a good idea?
You want me to stop?
No, I just want you to... You saw what happened, right? With the fire and the explosion and the nearly dying part.
I didn't nearly die. I'm fine. And he brushes soot off his jacket.
Yes, you look positively perfect right now.
He's never done that before. He never even raised his voice before. I guess he just doesn't... He doesn't like talking about City Below and stuff.
How do you think he would react if you were studying a bunch of the organs from a creature from the city below?
Oh, I'm not studying them. I'm giving them to him.
Wait, what makes you think he won't fireball you again if you do that?
I mean, he has lots of other creatures in jars and stuff, and he uses them as magical components. I just thought, it's a magical creature. Components.
Rosa just looks to Garrett like, I got nothing else.
I mean, the thing that angered him was talking about the actual city. They
More
wanted
specifically, the big spire.
the monsters of the city he didn't want in the streets, but it's the sort they do like things to experiment with.
Well, a lot of them have magical essences. Just the other day, I mashed up a pixie to make some magical ink for Vanya. It was dead when I mashed it up.
Sorry, that's just tickled me.
The mental image of fucking Cypher taking a mallet to a still alive pixie. Hold still!
I'm picturing Tinkerbell.
Oh no. Sorry, carry on.
Now, it's not my decision whether you keep training with him or not. I will leave that to you. But Let's try not to anger him in the future.
Okay.
Is
No
it
more
wouldn't-
talk of city below or or spires, yeah?
Yeah. Once we have this place sealed from the city and its denizens, we should be back on a even keel again.
Yeah, and I can use these as like a peace offering to calm them down, you know? People love free shit.
You know him better than I, and I trust we won't have another display from him in the future.
I hope not. I'm learning so much. I'm this close. No, actually, I'm pretty far away from opening dimensional doors. But I'm getting there. Like if you fell over dead, I could still talk to you. I could do that now.
That makes me feel so much better.
Yeah, me too. I get lonely.
It's very comforting, Cypher. I feel like these are two parents talking to like their gifted child right now. Like, what the fuck?
What do you mean gifted?
Just like super smart.
He's a very special boy.
Don't mind, I'm just sat here for the ride. I'm loving this. Carry on. Carry on by all means.
Okay, so primary, secure the down below, and secondary, harvest the thing if we can.
Most importantly, get in and out without dying.
Isn't that like just every morning you wake up?
I mean, it's a good rule to have.
You know, Cypher, I didn't follow that rule once, and now I'm a vampire. Wait, no, you might like that. Never mind. Don't forget I said that.
I don't want to be a vampire.
Okay, good.
All right, so with that, you all begin to... in fact, before I do that, Higara, thank you very much for those 100 biddies. I appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. So, with that, you all, I would imagine, begin to gather the... are you going down now? Or while the day's young?
Yes.
Yeah? All right, perfect.
Well, we wouldn't want the body parts to spoil now.
Exactly. Or more things to appear in the down below.
So, apart from the torches, is there anything else in particular that you're, any other preparations or tasks that you want to complete before you begin to shift all of the barrels and crates back from the door in the cellar?
I take some torches, maybe a couple of jugs of lamp oil for no particular reason.
All right, do you know what? Since you're taking this direct from the folly, roll me, let's go for 1d6. Fucking course.
Of course. Yep.
So as you begin to search around the folly, you eventually break open a crate and see it's been unlabeled, stuck in the corner for far too long. But it is an old shipment of whale oil used in lighter lanterns, and there's six jars, 6 pints of it.
Nice.
We should really go through and inventory all this crap, right?
Yeah, who knows what we could find?
Mm.
And the best thing was, Asmund paid for it all, so it's all free.
So
What do you need the oil for?
Well, you remember how we dealt with the quiet thing?
Oh yeah, we set on fire.
Mm-hmm. and it can't hide in the shadows when it's burning.
Okay. Guess that goes for anything, really. Yeah. Burn it all. No, not burn it all.
No, just remember we live above, and fire tends to rise.
Okay.
So, with these
Can we take Kruger with us?
You're taking Kruger with you? Alright.
Yeah, fuck him. Need a pack mule.
Give me a shield.
Alright. So, with that, then you begin to gather up the necessary items. A couple of torches, the 6 pints of oil. Whether you want to keep that all on you, Garrett, or spread it between you, entirely up to you.
2 each.
2 each, okay. And eventually you... does Kruger live above the folly, or is he in the crew bunkhouse?
Nah,
He's in the crew bunkhouse.
Alright.
Only Falco lives in the folly.
Okay. So, one of you end up having to jump out the folly, head over to the bunkhouse, and kick Kruger out of bed. Because for some reason, he seems to have been pretty tired through the day, almost like having been called out on his bullshit. He's been doing his job as night guard pretty well. So with that, eventually Kruger makes his appearance as he steps into the folly. It looks around at everyone gathered. Hi, what's oh, for fuck's sake, hey, you're having a nice nap and all. What we doing?
Want to
eh?
make some extra coin? Cypher jingles a little pouch of money.
Kruger's eyes focus on the pouch, and he's like, "Hey, well, I don't mind being woken up early just for a bit of extra coin. Yeah. What can I do for you, boss? Hey, what can I do? Where are we going? What we're doing? Who we murder? No, we don't murder, do we? We just throw people out because we are good fucking Samaritans. Yeah.
We're fine, upstanding members of the community.
He steps alongside Garrett and just begins to slap him hard on the back. Yeah, it's exactly what we are. We are fine, upstanding members of the community.
We're going in there, and Cypher points to the fucking doorway that's now on board.
I wonder why we're in the cellar, but alright, so if you don't mind me asking and all, but normally, when there's duels in the cellar, and we're going down as a big group, yeah, what we're stabbing, because there's something behind there, isn't there? Something that's unpleasant that you lot can't deal with, hence why Maggins is here.
There's more of a just in case.
Alright, okay, so then lead the way. And he makes this over-the-top, flourished bow. Me lord. Lord, ladies. Lords and ladies, yeah. Lord and ladies.
You might want this, and I smack a torch, unlit, into his chest.
Oh, yeah, oh, alright. That's dark. Alright.
You're not afraid of the dark now, are you, Kruger?
I'm not afraid of the dark. No. I mean, have you seen outside? You know, I don't think I've seen the sun in, like, ever.
There's dark and then there's dark.
Kruger just leans over towards Reza. Is he always this dramatic? Because I'm not going to lie, scaring the willy off me.
Oh, that is a lot of whiskey. Okay, I mean, it can be.
Oh,
You're a brave man, though.
Kruger just nods, eyes Reza up and down, and then hitches his trousers up, heads towards the door, turns round at the group. All right, well, if that's the case, my lady's spoken, so let us be off. And with that, he just begins to boom, 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 bang on the door as he's talking.
Reza rolls her eyes.
No one's going to open it for you. The handle's right there.
Oh, yeah, just... Kruger puts his ear to the door briefly. Yep, nothing there. Nothing there at all. So, shall we go?
Okay.
Best foot forward.
Begrudgingly, Kruger steps up to the door, cracks open the lock, and begins to push the door open, revealing a familiar darkness from the underground tunnels beneath the Baron's Folly. Kruger steps in with his lantern first, well, not so much lantern, with his torch, holding it out, just moves it side to side to see if there's anything there. It's all clear. Let's, up mind the steps and the cobwebs.
Well, the best part, they've got spiders in them.
You don't say.
Yes.
Yeah. Crunchy.
You were going to say something, Reza. I heard you call my name back there.
No, I did not call your name.
Are you sure?
I've never been more certain of anything in my entire life.
You see just up front, Kruger slowly nods. Yeah, right, well. I need everyone to
Come
make
along,
me
Kruger.
a perception check, please.
Who's doing that?
Everyone.
Everyone. Okay.
Fucking Garrett's eyes are on stalks.
Reza's too busy having to deal
Rolling her eyes.
with... rolling her eyes at Kruger to notice. Same with you, Cypher. In the darkness, even with the torches out in your dark vision, you're kind of being put off by this loud bellowing lungs of Kruger. But Garrett, you do notice directly ahead through the darkness a few signs of movement. Rats.
I whisper, just barely loud enough for everyone to hear. Movement ahead. Be on your guard.
Now, bear in mind, it's been roughly, just shy of a day since you were last here, and obviously you all remember last time you were here. There was no movement, and it was deathly silent.
Are there any oozes about?
No, not that you can see. No oozers seem to be clinging to the walls. It's as if. Roll me an investigation check, Reza.
Okay.
You do notice now that Garrett's called out, your attention immediately begins to focus on the surrounding area, and you see a few signs where there were once oozes. There's the stonework's been slowly dissolved away. There's still a few damp, sticky patches of previous ooze, but it appears that they have been removed, devoured, perhaps.
So, did he say out loud that it looked like rats?
Just movement ahead.
I don't see any live ooters, just a few remnants of them, so I don't think it's that.
I just saw a shadow move. I couldn't tell what it was. We moved forward slowly, but everyone be on their guard.
Okay. And Cypher's gonna try and reach out with his shadows once again, see if he gets any response. And so he's gonna speak
Okay.
in Abyssal to his shadows, and like four of the five of his shadows are gonna kind of wander off and then come back.
So as you all just quickly hear this mumble from Cypher, and you just see several of his shadows that have been emitted out from the torch, the various torches, just seem to break away and meld into the darkness. Kruger at this point is like, what is this? Quite loud. He opens his mouth and, what is it? Shh. Yep, sorry. What's it? What are you doing? Wait.
They'll be back.
So as these shadows of yours, Cypher, begin to fade, blend into the darkness of the corridor, roll me a... roll me an investigation check. This is not so much of a pass or fail, but this is just how much... So, for a brief moment, 5, 10, 15 seconds passed, half a minute, as you're all stood there with the torches out in the dark. Eventually, these shadows begin to recall, forming back at Cypher's feet in the exact positions where the various lanterns and torches were originally casting the shadow. And in Abyssal, the shadows whisper, rats. Lots and lots of rats. Hey Aster, how you doing? Welcome in.
Cypher just echoes incoming rats. Lots of them.
Rats.
The rats are back. The things that were scaring the rats away are no longer here.
Mm-hmm.
Kruger leans in. So what you're saying then is that, we've just got a lot of these fucking rats that we just need to, set to the torch, yeah? Just burn them out. Done, dusted. No more rat problems. No more rats in cellars, I've read the stories, them old tropes of, the heroine adventurers have to go down into some poor blighter's cellar to clear out a rat infestation. It looks like we've got... It's not a trope. Oh, shut up, sorry.
Have you ever seen a sewer rat in the city, Kruger?
Well, I don't tend to try and get down into sewers, if I'm honest with you.
It's a yes and no question.
I've eaten them. Not seeing one living. Big bastards, yeah. No.
Right, so you're familiar with the size then? That's as where I was going with that question.
It's just a rat. There's lots of rats. What we talked about? 10, 20?
Why don't you go find out?
Alright, perhaps I fucking will then. And with that, Kruger puffs up his chest, raises his torch in the air, drops his flail to his side and just begins to slowly stroll down the corridor while swinging this flail.
Don't go too far, Kruger. I need you to watch our backs while we enter the chamber.
Kruger's already, 10, 15 feet ahead of you as he's just waving his torch around in the dark while swinging his flail. Yeah, don't you worry, it's only rats. We'll just smack him a few times with the flail and they'll not move.
If I
Let's
remember correctly, we didn't kill the creature in the chamber to our right. It was running down the hallway ahead of us.
Which creature?
Well, which creature do you want take things from. The quiet one.
The quiet one. We did kill it.
We did kill it, but we didn't kill it in the chamber. We killed
right.
it down this hallway.
Yeah.
This way! And with that, Kruger begins to march until he gets to the T-junction just ahead. To the left, the chamber that you went in previously with the doors and the stairwell down into further ruins. To the right, unexplored, and of course, straight ahead at this junction would be, and it's not so much a T-junction, it's more of a crossroad, but regardless, straight ahead were the old ruins where you incinerated the remains of the Quiet One.
Straight ahead then, yeah?
Alright, straight ahead it is then. And with that,
Hold
Kruger
up!
marches straight in.
Kruger, no, can't.
Far too late. As he steps into the chamber, holds his torch high, immediately the light from the torch begins to reflect off of hundreds of eyes. Hundreds of small, beady black eyes. Kruger gulps.
We warned you.
Turns around. I can only just see lots of beady things. Why, is there something else out there? The rest of you see through the darkness with... You've all got dark vision. The corpse of the Quiet One now has been reduced in volume as a multitude of rat swarms are now just clambering over, devouring whatever remains. And just off to the right, you see other smaller figures that are starting to dig through an old pile of bones that's potentially the old victims of the Quiet One.
Perhaps we can just. Oh,
There you
go ahead.
Now, I'm about to say, at this moment in time, while you have been noticed by the multitude of rats clambering over the corpse of the Quiet One, they are far too busy gorging themselves on the remains than taking notice of you all.
Perhaps we can scare them off with fire so Cypher can get what he wants.
I hope so.
Because I don't know about you two, but I am really not feeling up to taking on a swarm of rats right now.
What do you think, Gary?
Kruger's going to just slowly begin to back up.
I've got the roots. Once this is... Don't think it's the best time to use it, because I don't know how much noise it'll make. The Quiet One, with the rats eating it, will there even be anything there to salvage from the carcass?
I don't know.
Do you want to?
Can we see anything like of the carcass, or is it pretty much skin and bone now?
You have no idea. It's covered in rats. Reza, you going to ask a question?
Yeah, Reza's looking at Cypher and she's just kind of does a. Is there anything you can do with like? And she just like wiggles her fingers like magic.
Ooh.
Like maybe a mage hand. I think I've heard Vanya say something like that. I don't know.
Maybe. And Cypher's going to pass his torch to Teresa and move.
Okay. So with the
To
torch,
here and kind of hide, blend into the shadows.
roll me a stealth check at advantage due to the fact that these rats are far too focused on the carcass, and the rat folk towards the end of the room are still busy just digging through the pile of bones. 11. You step on a bone, a twig, and pause. For a moment, this swarm of rats just stop. Their noses turn up in the air and begin to sniff around before, moments later, returning to their voracious appetite.
And then he's gonna summon his helpful shade and just go, bring me its heart.
Alright. Throw it up. Roll me an arcana. So go on. What are you going to say?
It's within 30 feet, so that's why I moved here, so I could be within range.
Yeah.
Unless the heart weighs more than 10 pounds.
I shouldn't do. It would be roughly... It would be large due to the fact the Quiet One is a incredibly large creature, but... so I'm going to ask two things. Roll me an arcana and a sleight of hand. And let's just see on how...
17.
Yeah. So the shade slips out from underneath you and begins to just work its way using the shadows of the rats in the torchlight to just dart left, right. Unseen to the rest of you, a shadowy hand reaches into an empty cavity of the Quiet One, grasps a portion of flesh, let's put it that way, and then begins to pull out. And it's at this moment, as the shade grabs what remains of the heart from this Quiet One and begins to extract it, several of the rats on the outskirts of this large horde of vermin see fresh meat. And so as this shade's dragging this heart back across the ground towards you, blood, dried blood, flaking away with the, I would say, roll me a d6, Cypher. Alright, so as the shade eventually stops in front of you with what remains of the Quiet One's heart, there are 3 rats that have just attached themselves to the heart and are happily gnawing away whilst being dragged across the dirt.
He's going to hack them off with his dagger.
In the darkness and with them being famished, it's easily done. But sadly, whilst you still have something to show for your efforts, it's not a whole pristine heart. There are quite a few chunks missing. But you have the heart of a Quiet One.
Cypher's cradling what's left of his heart. He's kind of upset that it's not intact and whole. It's not what he wanted. He slowly skulks back to go and goes, "What now? Did we close the whole room off?"
I think you go and deliver that, and we'll come back here on a different day when we're not as damaged as we are now.
Okay.
Hopefully Vanya will be awake for our next trip down there.
All right. So you're take it you're wanting to step away from the infestation beneath the folly at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're in no
Yeah.
position for a protracted fight right now.
Mm-hmm. All right. Everyone roll me a stealth check. As you begin to back away. Oh, I think Callie has, or Rez has stepped away momentarily to the loo. But again, with that, I'll say that's what she has. Of course, she has. I'll say that's fine. You all managed to retreat back from the central chamber. Cheers for blowing my eardrums out, Cacophony. I appreciate it. So yeah, you begin to retreat from the central chamber back into the old halls. Kruger casts a glance around at you all and is like, it was, that's quite an infestation, isn't it?
But
Yeah,
you're
we
not
might have to-
scared.
Oh, sorry, go on.
But you're not scared of some little old rats, are you, Kruger?
No, I'm not scared of them. But if as many little black beady eyes that I saw out there would coming at me like a rat wave, then and he looks at his flail and the torch in his hand. Not quite sure these are the tools of the trade for getting rid of a problem like that. Yeah.
So, here's a couple of coins for your efforts. Okay. And I'm sure next time we need a man to bolster our defenses, we'll be able to call on you.
Alright, well in that case if we're going back then he takes the coin from Garrett's hand in the darkness, pockets them, doesn't even have a chance to look at them, you know, you get the impression that he's wanting out ASAP. And Kruger just begins to make his way along with the rest of you back to the door to the cellar of the Baron's Folly.
Now, Cypher, tomorrow I take it you have your lesson still?
Yeah, we gotta learn how to protect this place, right?
Yes. So why don't we have a nice early night? We'll leave that part down here in the cool so it won't spoil. And
Okay.
we can take the fruits of our labours to the coroner in the morning.
Okay.
Because you look tired and I could do with a little rest myself.
By this point,
Yeah.
I think all of you are somewhat rough around the edges after the day.
It has been a day, Gotti.
It has. All right, so with that then, you all begin to make your way back to your personal rooms where I would imagine you're wanting a short rest.
Indeed.
I wouldn't say no.
Yes. I will also call a quick BRB there for a refill o'clock and, of course, a pee break. So for those who are just joining us, a short rest in our world is an 8-hour sleep. Alright, in that case then, I'll bring us back to the Baron's Folly and give us some more uplifting music to listen to while
Hello.
Hi, we're just going to do the same that you've just done.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. You missed a stealth check roll. That's it, and you retreated from the rat problem.
Got it.
We're sorry, it's half a credited, so ninjas.
Yeah.
Ninjas.
All right. I will in a moment. I can tell I've changed things on Foundry recently. All of my scenes are slightly askew. All right. Won't be a second. I've returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Oh. Alright, I will wait for those two.
I'm still back.
Oh,
I'm
it's
back,
still back.
I'm back.
Oh, shit. There we go. That sounds a fresh ice ball. So. I am sorted. Oh. Okay. Reza, if you wish a short rest, feel free to.
Ooh.
You might need it.
Yes. 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 So yeah, basically retreated from the chambers beneath the Baron's Folly and took a rest for the night. Two.
It's slowly going up.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. There we go.
There we go.
Fucking hell. Okay, there we go.
Just throw all the hit dice at it. Fuck it.
I got one left. I think.
Throwing
Yeah,
up on some
one
little
left.
stick. Jesus.
I have a shotgun of hit dice.
Hit dice bukkake.
All right. I know. I'm. Yeah.
Don't mind us.
Now, if only we had a bard with us that could have regaled us in that short rest. but
I know.
no.
Yeah.
Fucking one job.
So then, eventually you'll begin to awaken from your rest, be it the 4-hour rest of Garrett or the never sleeping Reza. Morning.
4 out. I had a lay-in.
She had like, holy shit. You go steady. So yeah, morning breaks over Novostoya, and as per the norm, the morning is a beautiful shade of black.
Wonderful.
Yes, it's hard to tell when day and night is in this cursed city, but what's everyone's plans for the day? Or, you know, again, what's the next step?
Cypher is going to get up early to make sure fucking Francis doesn't cook his fucking heart. She doesn't fucking trust him.
All right, let's do this. Let's do this.
Fuck.
Roll me a sleight of hand, right, against Francis's investigation.
11.
So as you wake up early, you begin to make your way down the stairwell of the Baron's Folly into the main chamber before darting behind the bar into the kitchen. And it's there you see Francis hunched over the slab at the end of the kitchen. Morning. You hit the man something.
What's that?
What more?
What are you doing?
I came down in the kitchen earlier and then there was a weird smell. I thought, that smells pretty good. And then I was almost not digging in the cellar and I found this. And Francis just hoists up the heart in one hand and a cleaver in the other. It smelled like pretty good. I thought I made him a stew. I didn't know we had some meat. Someone must have gone shopping.
No, it's mine. It's mine. Give me back.
Yeah. It was in my mate.
Cypher drops his face that he meticulously put on. So it's just a blank-eyed stare of a white sheet face, no mouth, and he's like, "That's mine. Give it back."
Well, look. Francis walks up to Cypher, just stuffs this Quiet One's heart into his chest. Are you going out later?
Cypher's demeanor instantly changes as soon as the heart's in his hands. Yeah, what you need?
Well, I've got a bit of a thing for me, so...
What kind of meat?
I want some birds, bring it back. Yeah, give me some birds. I mean,
Bird.
sort of a pigeon or, something that'll be more than enough, like a bird stew, yeah.
Okay. Well, I can do that.
Francis looks longingly at the heart before sighing, shaking his head and turning his back. It's not breakfast for the rest of the fucking room. Birds. Give me some birds.
Okay. Cypher's wandering away now. Reza!
What do you want, Cypher?
We gotta kill some pigeons.
Pigeons?
Yeah, Francis wants some birds.
Okay, let me go get my hunting sheet. All right. So she had just finished coming downstairs, and now she's going back upstairs, back to her room to get hunting supplies.
All right, I pass the stage over to you, my fine actors.
Cypher's just sat on a bar stool, with his short little legs, just swinging his feet till everybody turns up.
Reza comes back downstairs, her bow over her shoulder. She's got, like, a belt with her gear on it, and she walks over to Cypher and is like, What's this about killing pigeons then?
Francis was gonna cook my heart, but then I took it back. Now he wants pigeons.
Okay, have you put the heart somewhere safe?
Yeah, it's in my pack. Look. And he's got like a little like shoulder satchel that kind of dangles. Look, it's in. It's all wrapped up.
Okay. Right, so pigeons.
Yeah. Or things with wings.
Birds.
Yeah, birds.
Birds, okay. Right, okay, I guess we can... I don't think there's many birds in the city. We could probably go out a little ways into the mills, farmlands, see if we can't find some birds.
Okay.
Just us, or do you want to take Garrett too?
I mean, we gotta wait for Garrett because we gotta go to society and stuff.
Oh, true. Okay, so I didn't have to run upstairs just now and get all this.
Yeah, he did because Garrett will be here any minute now.
Right, okay. So she just sits down on a stool next to him.
I'm just sat there staring at the stairs, waiting for Garrett to come down like a pair of idiots.
Well, Garrett walks through the front door of the bar. Morning, you two.
He's supposed to come down the stairs.
I did a couple of hours ago.
Cypher, when was the last time you actually saw Garrett leave his room in the morning?
Don't ask stupid questions. I ain't never seen Garrett leave his room in the morning.
Exactly.
Jump off a bar.
Right, okay.
Well, you two look ready all so early in the morning. Do your lessons start this early, Cypher?
Yeah, usually. I gotta wait for Vanya and she'd talk my ear off and she'll have to chat to every other person in the street on the way there. So we generally gotta leave really early.
Checked in on Vanya earlier and she is unconscious. I don't think there'll be any waking her up.
Yeah, I tickled her nose with some straw. She didn't budge.
But the nurse didn't need her for a week or so anyway, so I say we just let her regain her strength.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a good idea, that.
Poor Vanya blamed for everything. No, just her shit.
Okay.
Do
Go on.
you think we could stop and talk to that fella she's been trying to make that contract with on the way?
The crazy one? Yeah.
Yeah. He seemed to have a lot of information. Could be useful.
Yeah. Yeah. And he was on about that official that was shagging someone.
Mm-hmm.
Shagging, that's the right word, right? Shagging?
I'm not sure where you learned that word, but you think you are using it in the correct context.
It's what the ladies in the nice dresses do in the streets.
How do you know about the ladies in the nice dresses?
Well, there was that one you remember when we killed all those people?
Which time?
You're going to have to narrow it down a bit.
The one with Anvara.
Again, narrow it down.
The time
Jed's
that
friend.
Yeah, Jed's friend, the one that was shagging over the barrel.
Right, okay.
That's what Jed said.
Mm-hmm.
Just remember, if anything that Jed says to you, it's not usually used in polite conversation.
Yep, that right there. Yep.
Okay. So you can't ask him who they're shagging today, no?
Garrett?
We'll say no at that. That's not usually polite.
Okay. Cypher takes out a little notepad. Shagging is bad. Okay. We gotta go.
Sure.
In this respect, Cypher, you are the expert.
I'm pretty good. Alright, let's go see the crazy man.
Oh, goody, a crazy man.
All right. So with that, you depart the folly, begin to make your way through the familiar streets, and eventually towards Market Row, where you come across the old haggard visage of Thomas Verbecht, the
That was his name, Thomas.
beggar come ex-government official, self-entitled government official at least. As he's sat at the side of the road, he takes a small wooden bowl and holds it up without even making eye contact with you. Hey, and arms for the poor, arms for the poor. Hey Chubbs, how you doing?
Thomas, how are you doing, old friend?
Oh, bloody hell, it's you lot. Fucking hell. The old man, the old urchin, looks around up and down the street. You not got the, that floozy with you today, hey? No?
No.
Ah, shame. She's kind on the eyes, that one. Kind on the eyes.
Well, you know, I'm sure she'll be by tomorrow to visit.
Ah. You, Vanya, isn't it? Oh, it's Vanya. What's, so you're friends of Vanya. What can I do for you? Huh?
My name is Reza.
Thomas, pleasure. I mean, I know you. And the old man points a finger towards Cypher.
Cypher's picking his nose.
Simon, innit? Yeah, Simon. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you, Simon. Anyway, who's this handsome chap, eh?
My name is quite unimportant to you right now.
Oh, alright, you keep your fucking secrets then, eh? So, you're sort of crowding round me a little bit. What can this old street lever do for you today?
Well, I have to tell you that, and Reza kind of kneels down to be kind of like on eye level with him, but like not too close that she's like intimidating because she's kind of going for like friendly camaraderie.
Okay.
So I was raised to always respect my my elders and the knowledge they have, you know, from the past. Like you know, I used to listen to stories all the time at my grandparents' knees. So you strike me as the kind of keen-eyed gentleman who knows a lot about a lot. Am I right?
I mean, I've certainly seen things. I have. Ask you questions, and I mean, I am. And he flicks Reza a sly smirk, the smirk that you would expect from someone who is acting, playing. And as he says this, I'm just an old man who can't really remember things. Oh, I'm so hungry on these streets, you see.
I completely understand. And she's reaching into her pouch and puts 2 silver in his hand.
Thomas weighs the silver in his hand for a moment before wrapping his fingers around them and nods slowly. I appreciate your generosity. Oh. Ask, and if I know, I will. Well, if I know, then you know.
Well, you know, Thomas, you already told us a great deal, and I really don't want to bother you, because I'm sure you've got somewhere you want to spend that coin, but, you know, if you do hear or see anything interesting happening, and, you know, we happen to chat with you after you've seen or heard that, if you could let us know what you've seen or heard, I'm sure there's more where that came from.
Well, funny you should say that, because there is a rumor. A rumor. A rumor going around that. As he sneezes, just this giant bubble just. But
Fruity.
oh God. My apologies. Have you got a rag by chance?
Reza pulls a ancient hanky out of her belt and hands it to him.
He wipes his nose and then sniffs it for a moment and then tucks it into.
You just keep that.
Thank you. So, rumors. Supposedly that one of the Warden Inquisitors has made an appearance at a gate. Yes, the Carnelian Gate. There's supposedly these Inquisitors are starting to do a few rounds. Piker District's been marked, Bolter and even lower streets, if rumors are to be believed. Something of, well, I don't know the details, but, large creatures and some sort of, group with masks that they're investigating. And, well, if the Inquisitorial units are being brought into the slums, then, well, you may want to stay indoors.
You're not wrong there. Speaking of staying indoors, and she slips him another 2 silver, I wouldn't call it an amazing tavern, but you know, it's good enough for the likes of us, right? It's called Baron's Folly.
Ah, yes.
You drop my name there at the door, they'll get you well taken care of,
Yes, well, may I inquire as the quality of the food is good, yes?
I mean, it's edible. That's about as much as you can ask for in Lower Street and Market Row, am I right?
The old man chuckles and nods before pocketing the additional 2 silver. Yes, yes, of course. Well, sorry, your name was,
Teresa.
Reza.
Reza, just Reza.
Reza, yes.
Reza, yeah.
Of course, I will do just that. And if anything else crosses my path, then I know where to, acquire free meal and drinks, I guess.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, it's shocking how, you know, the elders of this great city are so disrespected these days.
It's been 50 years since the skies clouded over. 50, 60, who knows these days, but there are many who just focus on themselves, live for the moment, and kind souls like yours are rare.
I appreciate it.
With that, Thomas offers a nod to Reza and then calls out, Simon, if you could bring the floozy next time, I'd appreciate it.
Cypher couldn't be any less interested in what's going on.
We. Sorry, go ahead.
Cypher's just making noises.
I'm sure he will.
Well, in that case, looks like I'll be eating well for the next few weeks. Thank you, honestly.
Take care of yourself, Thomas. And she kind of pats him gently on the shoulder and stands up to keep going.
All right. Thomas offers a nodding reply as you all begin to make your way into Market Row in the direction of the Medicinae Societas. Anything further you wish to bring to the table?
I wouldn't know what an Inquisitor is, would I?
No. No.
Okay. So on the way back, on the way there, he's like, so what's an Inquisitor?
Reza knows what they are, right?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
So, you know how there's the guards at the gates, right?
Yeah.
These guards, these are a different type of guard where, well, how do I put this? They,
Roll me a history. Roll me a history
Oh,
check.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah, roll me a history check. See how much you know of the Novostoyan Inquisitors. Eight. So, not a huge amount, as they are. You're aware that they're a secretive order, usually under the direct command of the Crimson Court. Using the term Inquisitor is almost a mockery of all religions. They are more like executioners than anything. Typically, when an Inquisitor is on the scene, it's a case of whatever's in their purview is turned upside down. They will scour anything and everything to find answers to the question that they've been asked. And usually, what's the expression? Innocence proves nothing is pretty much their motto.
Yeah, honestly, that's kind of where I was going with that.
Absolutely, yeah.
So Reza continues after thinking for a minute. These guards are a million times worse than the normal guards, and they're the sort of, act first, ask questions later, and just, you won't... It's really, really bad. Really, we need to just stay away at all costs. It's bad. It means something...
You know how most people are scared of the guards and the nobles?
Uh-huh.
And guards and the nobles are scared of the Inquisitors.
That's a good way of putting it, yes.
Okay, so Inquisitor's bad. How will I know what an Inquisitor looks like?
Garrett, Reza, you are aware that they don't exactly hide their presence. They typically wear full plate mail, and the rumours that you would have heard circulating would be that they are somewhat enhanced due to their proximity to the Crimson Court, to the fact that they are basically brutes of men and women in solid plate armour, wielding huge weapons. You can't miss them.
So they're completely covered in metal. not just wearing bits of metal like the normal wardens or guards, and you will probably get a funny feeling around them. Potentially, they just know they're you can't miss them.
Cypher's confused, so he just takes her word for it. He's like, okay.
Ineffectually, to an extent.
Stories. Oh, God.
So, with that, you begin to meander your way through the market railway into the side streets and eventually find yourselves at the door to the society. What's the game plan, boys and girls?
The old-fashioned knock.
Yeah?
Tried and true.
Tried and true knock this time. All right. So, with a heavy rasp on the iron door, there's momentary silence before, eventually, after probably a minute passes, the iron slit just begins to slowly open, and the piercing eyes of the nurse greet you. She casts a quick glance out, and normally she would have some sort of quip or sarcastic comment. This time, nothing. In silence, she closes the viewing port before moments later you hear the unlocking of mechanisms as the door opens. Good morning.
Morning, nurse. Are you well?
Sure. Apart from a few minor burns, I am well, yes.
Yeah?
Yes. Though I am glad that you're all here. As she shuts the door behind you, she motions down the ruins of the old corridor towards the central chamber.
Cypher's gonna stop her before she goes anyway, and then basically goes, I'm sorry for yesterday. My actions and my words were not becoming of me. I said mean things. And kind of just reaches out to grab her hand.
Uncharacteristically, the nurse allows it, and she just offers a single nod towards Cypher. And in common, she replies, whatever happened yesterday are, well, let us just say that while it's not, no, not forgotten, at least not by the one who caused said actions. Given time, our good friend has reflected, and, well, this is not my place to say, but come.
Okay.
The nurse ushers you all down the corridor, and eventually you come to the central chamber of the society. Sat in on around the central table is the botanist, the chirurgeon, the coroner, and just off to the side a small figure, but as your attention's grasped for a moment, the coroner immediately calls out, "Ah, good, you are here. Come, enter." And the coroner stands up from behind the table and motions to the chairs around.
He's kind of uncharacteristically chipper, right?
As much as an undead lich could be chipper. Sure.
Okay. Okay. Zephyr slowly comes in and sits down.
Good. So, first off, and again in a second viewing of uncharacteristic mannerisms, the coroner slowly bows his head. I lost. I am. My actions yesterday were unbecoming. So I have. At that, you just hear off the side Lamorna Trembath, also known as the Chirurgeon. Oh, for God's sakes, just say the bloody words, you rotten imbecile. Honestly, I do things for several weeks out of sight, and this is what you do? You apologize. The coroner immediately chimes in. I apologize for my actions. You no doubt have questions, and I have answers, but no. There is, and you seem to notice he changes topic almost very quickly and points to this figure to his right. There has been good news regarding the orbs. Yes, go on. You tell them.
The next time you wish to have the devil's own ball sack hauled out to the swamp and submerged, maybe the lady's sisters could be of more help.
Devil's balls. No, so what has become of them?
Doubt they should ever be seen again.
Is that so? The coroner looks to the three. What do they see stood before them?
Desmond is a fine, posh little boy who has mud all over his fine boots that are probably ruined forever. He'll lament that forever. But he is just standing 3 feet tall and seems to be a young boy, uncharacteristic for those gathered. Fine little ruffled shirt, blue jacket, and a cloak pulled over all of it. And the outline of some kind of type of metal chain pulled over all of that underneath the cloak, like some type of mesh. Very fine features, very light skin, and has the slight perceptive dribble of some oil, like one of those little white dogs that cries an odd color, and he's dabbing it away as he speaks with a little cloth. I said, hello. Welcome in. Hello.
Hi. What is it?
This. Him. He. No. An acquaintance. No. This here. No, this is my apology to you. Yes. A gift.
Gift? What? I just got back from.
No, you are. The coroner turns to look at this small child. And as he tilts his head to the side, now you are. I have no further use. Therefore, consider your services. Yes. Payment rendered. As one last command. The coroner points a bony finger towards Garrett, Cypher, and Reza. You will assist. Yes. You will assist them.
Oh, very well. One last thing. And the child shakes himself a little bit, rouses himself in his seat, hops to his feet, and strolls up to the new figures who have entered the room. And approaches the lady who is standing there and says, "Are you my mummy?"
Wait, who's he saying that to?
You.
Reza?
To you.
Sorry, it broke up a little bit.
Yeah, Scott, very
Yes.
quickly, when
Yes.
describing, it's probably best not for the things we are experiencing
well.
a little bit of breakup.
Okay. Yeah, that works. It's
Okay.
just a childlike. It's a small child wearing finery that doesn't look quite like real clothes. Like it's not the same make. It's some type of fabric that is stretched. Yeah, it's almost like it's makeshift and it's made to look a little bit more presentable than actually be well put together.
Got
But-
it. So, Reza has just been staring, but trying not to look like she's staring at this new creature in the room. And she looks down as it walks over and proposes that question. And she replies, I'm not aware that I have any offspring, and I think I would know. Why, have you lost your mother?
Oh, it's been a very long time since I had a mum. She, I do miss her so, but I guess it's better off this way. I've had such an exciting time with the sir here. And gently gestures back towards the corner where he's seated.
I see.
Useful. He has been, yes. Very useful. And as an apology for my actions. Yes, for my actions. I gift him to you. Though I know you have questions. I will answer what I can, but for now. You see the coroner just flick a glance towards the chirurgeon, and almost imperceptible, the chirurgeon just closes her eyes and offers a brief nod. My apology is hopefully acceptable. I will retire. And with that, with nothing further, the coroner turns his back to the group and heads back towards his chamber. Lamorna Trembath, the chirurgeon, shrugs her shoulders. The botanist at this point, she's currently just has the almost painted smile on her face as she's looking over this scene. And again, the nurse is also just watching with interest. So, over to you all.
Before the coroner completely disappears, Reza's gonna whisper to Cypher, "Since
What?
Lessons. Ask him if you're doing lessons today.
And your gift.
But before you go, I got a thing.
What?
He's torn because there's this new thing that he's really excited about. I got this thing, and he's ruffling his bag. Look. And he waddles over. Unwraps it.
Coroner looks at the heart, snatches it out of Cypher's grasp, examines it momentarily. Come, speak with me later. Yes, useful. Very useful.
Okay.
And with that, before Cypher's even got the words out, the coroner's back's turned to him, and he's gone. He's just walking away with his heart in his hand. Good. Yes, good. Useful.
Okay. And then Cypher walks up to the little child. Shape changes into him.
Oh no.
Oh no! No, there's two of them.
But he looks like a bag of shit because he's still wearing his clothes. And they're flopping around. And he just stands next to him. Look at that guy. He goes, I got a brother.
The child looks elated. Oh, hello!
Hi. I'm Cypher.
I'm Desmond. Nice to meet you.
You're my brother. You're my brother now.
Excellent. Oh, I haven't had a brother before. Only a mum. And a dad. But he was a bit of a layabout, so this should be fun.
I never had parents before, or a brother, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
And the child that's standing there is going to look around at everybody else, just because he's clearly a little bit out of place. But very clearly excited in the eyes that there's another child here.
Garrett's spending his time flicking his eyes from the child to Cypher to the chirurgeon. Not really understanding what's going on because small children are not usually given as gifts.
I was drinking, you son of a bitch.
Killed the fucking deer.
Oh, fuck
Oh,
you.
that was great.
So purely just to Garrett, the chirurgeon's eyes lock onto yours, and you just see the corner of her lips just upturn slightly in the familiar smirk that pretty much only you have seen this whole time. And at that, she turns around. Why don't you... She motions a hand towards a small child. Why don't you introduce yourself properly? And as for those devil's balls that you so aptly named, meet the original owners of them. Yes?
And at that, the child is going to look at the guys there and just go, were they terribly uncomfortable when they were attached? So large and unpleasant.
They were not attached. They were always separate.
Ooh. Don't think I've ever seen that before, but stranger things have been seen. Stranger things have happened. And then looking back at the other child here, do you want to play a game?
Yeah.
And the child is going to start looking for things to potentially toss back and forth. And it's going to be very obvious that that's what he's doing as his eyes start scanning the room. And his hands start moving in a little bit of a tossing motion.
So, the central chamber of the society is, imagine it almost like a mad alchemist's lab. whatever you can dream of is more than likely there.
He's scanning for something that's like a sphere. Not glass, like breakable, but something like that. It's got a little bit more durability to it.
There would be a jar that contains the various stomachs or organs of creatures that could be used.
That'll do. So he's going to scurry over and try to get it off of wherever it is at presently.
So while this is happening between Cypher and this child, the Chirurgeon is going to look towards Reza and Garrett. Garrett, remember when I taught you all is not what it seems?
I remember.
Let us just say that this child requires a... We can no longer offer what is required. The coroner, being his usual self, is... Well... He has gifted you with this person, this young... if you could say that. This child to look after. Whilst you may have reservations, I understand, but I ask you this for me as well. To look after this creature, as I have a vested interest in its continued survival too.
You know the business that we're in, and ours has never been a safe lot.
No, but there are no others who we, as the society, can ask. All of us gathered, the coroner included, would ask that you take this child into your fold and raise him. The botanist and the nurse also offer a single nod in response to the chirurgeon's request.
May I ask a question?
The botanist looks over and chimes in. Of course you can. Ask.
What is it that makes us so singularly qualified to raise this child?
You are all different. Yes?
Yes, that is a bit of an understatement, but yes.
Then that is the answer to your question in regards to the child.
I see. Does he require any special diet or other items to ensure his survival?
At this, the nurse chimes in. No, I am sure that he will be more than happy to tell you of his requirements. He is... well, he likes to complain. Yes.
I see.
But it is not our place to divulge. I'm sure that in time he would be more than happy to share. But let us just say that each and every one of us here in the society have a vested interest in his continued mortality.
I have two questions before I give my blessing on this. My first, I take it there's no family that will come looking for this child.
The Chirurgeon shakes her head.
And secondly, will we be put in any additional dangers from taking this child into our home?
Again, a second shake of the Chirurgeon's head. No, there will be no repercussions. Let's just say that we, or at least I feel there is more for him out there than in here. And whilst, let's just say, between you and us gathered, that the coroner was not exactly willing to depart with such a precious toy. Reflecting upon his actions yesterday, I may have convinced him. Yes, let us put it that way. Convinced him. So, the child gets its...
Sorry.
So go on, go for it.
If I may just have a moment to speak with my colleagues here.
Of course. While this is going on, Cypher and the child, what's happening? What's happening between you two?
A game of pass. For however it turns out, just trying to toss this thing back and forth, short distance, and then just slowly work to longer distance as it goes.
Cypher is struggling at the longer distances because he has the noodle arms.
All right, Cypher, roll me an acrobatics check.
Oh, shit.
All right, I don't even say anything. What happens? What is the object you're currently playing with?
According to what you said, it is the ovular jar full of potential organs.
That's
It
what you-
was.
As I say, there is all manner of weird and wonderful preserved items in the Society's collection. What are you playing with?
Honestly, just knowing what he knows, he'd probably grab something that looks like it's not in use, like an empty container, like a pot, more than something that's glass, like a jar.
Okay.
And if it has a lid, he would have taken the lid off, so it'd be basically like probably a vase, like for an idea of it. It'd probably be like
Okay.
a vase, like a short, stout vase.
Yeah. Okay. So this vase has been tossed to and fro between the both of you. Cypher, as the length of tossing begins to increase, what happens?
Cypher's new playmate takes a couple of steps back, and Cypher just can't throw that far. So it lands about 3 foot short and just fucking smashes in half, and Cypher's like...
Looking somewhat downcast, Desmond just looks down at the shadow piece and says, "Well, you've won. I didn't catch it."
Cypher runs over and just hugs him. Well, kind of runs over. His trousers are too big and his shirt's too big. So he kind of like waddles over with fucking trousers and shirt flapping in the wind and gives him a big hug. And he's like, okay. Let's go meet Garrett. And he just wandered.
All right. I'll have to clean that up later. I leave it. I'll never hear the end of it.
No, it's mine now. You're mine now. Let's go.
All right, so he'll shuffle after the other semblance that is in the baggy clothes.
Fucking changelings. All right, so Garrett and Reza, as you step away from the table, at this point, as you're beginning to stand, you hear this loud crash. You turn. The nurse, the botanist, and the chirurgeon also turn and see Cypher just launch this clay pot towards Desmond, and it just impacts into the ground, spraying debris everywhere, and you all watch in silence as both Cypher and Desmond begin to make their way towards you.
Now there's two of them.
Strength, Garrett. Strength.
So, what do you think on this? Do we take this child in?
It's odd. I admit to a certain level of intrigue. I'm curious what would happen if we said no. Not curious, but more worried, I suppose.
Yes, I understand, but I don't think the chirurgeon and possibly the botanist would do us any harm. In fact, the chirurgeon was very positive in her wishes for us to take the child, and it won't be a detriment to us.
And perhaps a project for Vanya. So keep her out of trouble? Maybe?
As long as
Okay.
he doesn't sign any contracts with her, he'll be fine.
I suspect that... Well, never mind.
It would probably be this moment where Cypher and Desmond arrive in front of you.
Hello,
Ah,
Hello.
hello.
I'm Desmond.
I'm Teresa.
Garrett.
And this is my brother.
I'm Cypher.
We know, Cypher. We know.
Okay.
So, the gentleman was... I've done quite a bit for the gentleman over the years, but it seems that he would like me to go with you. Can we go? Can I see where I'll be living?
Garrett?
Are you okay with this, Cypher?
Cypher's eyes are fucking pleading at you. His awkward, creepy little face with his big googly eyes.
Oh my god.
I'd like that.
Okay, why don't you take your normal form? Because you're going to ruin your clothes walking on them like that.
Okay.
He's not wrong, and there aren't many good tailors in the town these days. Novostoy is not what it used to be.
Hmm.
And Cypher, with the cracking of bones, will take his original form.
Yes, your clothing does seem of a different style, Desmond. How long have
that-
you worked for the coroner?
At that, he's going to put his little hands on his hips and fists and puff up his chest and say, "Yes, I'm very distinguished. My mother always told me so." It's been a long time. Let's see. I don't remember when it began, but it's been so long. I should think. Was it before the fires? I don't know. It's all blur. I don't remember. I remember seeing the sun at one time in the day.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's always so overcast. The weather's awful.
Hmm. So the fires you speak about, that was when the dead walked in the streets.
Did they? Honestly, the common people, they always look kind of like that to me. They just shamble through the streets. I don't know what they do.
That's fine, don't worry about it. I remember the sun too. And give me a moment, I need to speak to the ladies over there.
Very quickly, before you chime in, I'm just going to jump in and say, Cerazix Jax, thank you for the follow. I apologise it's been so long. It's just been one of those just intense RP moments. So again, thank you kindly for the follow. I appreciate it. As well as Fail and Wolf, thank you also for the follow. Welcome in, both of you. Sorry, Garrett, do continue as you begin to make your way over towards the nurse, the chirurgeon, and the botanist.
Definitely more than meets the eye, my teacher.
Lamorna Trembath, also known as the chirurgeon, just flicks the familiar smirk towards Garrett and just nods slowly once.
So, we have spoken, and we have decided to take the child into our care.
Good. I'm glad. His last... Well, let us just say that friends of the botanist here delivered those anti-magic orbs to Desmond, and he was the one who ferried them across land. And may I say, between us it was, well, somewhat of a detriment, unpleasant for him to do so, yes. And I dare say that, well, whilst he is not what he seems, it is about time that the young lad explored the world, saw a little more rather than these four chambers and the odd errand that the coroner sent him on.
Well, in that case, I will give you my word that he will stay with us and we will look after him as long as he wishes to be a member of our crew. And all that that entails.
The chirurgeon offers a single nod in response. Good. Now, if there is nothing further you wish of me, I have patients that require my attention. So, Garrett?
Chirurgeon.
Nurse? Botanist. She offers a brief nod to both the dryad and the hag, and both of them offer a deep, respectful nod in return as the chirurgeon stands from her seat at the table, makes her way towards the door to leave the society, and as she departs, she stands alongside Desmond, rests a hand on his shoulder. Desmond.
Yes, Mom.
You will have many friends and many experiences to come. I wish you the best, but do make sure you take care of yourself and enjoy your new freedom, yes?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I intend to grow up as soon as I can.
Growing up is not... Take all the time you need. There is no rush for these things. There is much to explore outside of these walls. Much to encounter and more to learn, so... Should you ever need me, I will be in my... in the place we first met.
Very well. I'll come and look for you if I need you, but I think I'll be all right with these folks.
I'm sure you will. With that, the chirurgeon puts a hand on Desmond's head and then departs the society. The sound of heavy locks clanking and doors opening and closing echo through the large chamber, leaving just the botanist and the nurse to continue remaining seated in the chamber. Shall we call a very quick BRB pee break?
Yeah, I need to pee
Yeah.
so bad.
Yeah. Alright, let's start that. Whoop, wrong one. That one there. Alright, we shall be right back, everyone, while we refill our drinks and. Yeah. Go for a piss. To put it politely. But again, everyone, for those who have tuned in, thank you very much. Also, welcome to our new pariah, should I say. A small child by the name of Desmond. Much to learn. Much to learn. Alright, I will be right back.
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Help me.
Help me. Alright, chat. Can we just take a moment and welcome in our newest freak, our newest monster, the Bone Caller.
What do you mean? It's just a little child? Certainly nothing more insidious than that.
We're all monsters here.
The 50-year-old child that's actually seeing the sun. Sure, I know.
Reza's so fucking jealous he's seen the sun.
Haven't you seen the sun?
No,
Sucks to be you.
thanks.
It's pretty nice light.
It's alright, Cypher's never seen the sun either.
Fuck's sake. Ah. Alright. I have returned.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Wow, what are you eating?
Leftover chicken and stuffing sandwich.
Fair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good.
So then, just as to carry on for your recap, we currently have a vampire, a changeling, a mysterious old dude, and a weird old child. and then just a weirdo of Vanya.
Vanya.
Calling me an old dude.
I mean, you've just said you've seen the sun, right? You don't look 50 years old, Garrett.
Maybe
Like
he's
downhill paper round.
seen the sun elsewhere.
Maybe. All right. 36 degrees. Oof.
Like
Huh.
that head on. Oh.
Yeah. Just as a reference, hang on. So, at the moment, it's currently 56 degrees Fahrenheit, 13 degrees Celsius. It's rather pleasant over here in the Blighty. Yes.
I'm moving. I'm definitely moving.
And I'm still quite warm.
All right, I was like,
Yeah.
it's still quite warm.
It's a bit warm here. All
Oh,
right.
we're delicate.
We are products of our environment. That's the best way to put it. Fucking 37 degrees Celsius. Fuck that shit. All right. Bonecaller, are you back?
Yes.
Welcome back. Let us return to the scene. So again, just to remind everyone, we have the nurse and the botanist who are still sat at the large central chamber. The large central table in the chamber of the society, with you four just slightly off to the side. Garrett, any further questions for the chirurgeon or the botanist after the for the nurse or the botanist after the chirurgeon departed?
To the botanist.
Okay.
Is it wise to take the boy now before I've managed to have the roots set in our cellar?
You know what I'm going to ask you, don't you, Garrett? You know that thing we talked about
Step
earlier?
up a bit. Yeah. How about now? Is that okay?
There we are, that's better. Cheers, buddy.
Just this god thing.
So, the botanist arches a brow and what is it that you are? I wish to close the... Yes. He may be of use, while his small stature... Well, it is deceiving.
Are you suggesting that we take him into dangerous locations? It's just... I mean, he looks like a child, but he speaks like he's been around for longer than most here.
It is not my place to divulge his past, but he is no mere child, nor should you treat him as such. He is more resilient than... Well, he would not survive the coroner's experiments if he was frail. Yes?
I understand, but I gave you my word that we would protect him. And I do not do this lightly.
But he also must earn his keep. That is the way of the world, and if it is destined that his time has come, then he shall return to the earth like each and every one of us.
I will be guided by your words in this then.
The botanist offers a bow towards Garrett. You indulge me far too much. Thank you.
And I thank you as well for all of your help up until now. And you, nurse. I would not expect you to care for another as you have here.
The currently disguised hag leans back in the chair and just offers a shit-eating grin towards Garrett. Now, there are things that we all have our fingers in that we want to see the best of. This little child of mine, yeah, I too wish only the best. It has done me well over the years, and as such, I agree with the botanist and the chirurgeon for a change that it is about time that this child experienced things outside of the coroner's orders or these four walls of the society. Yes.
Why do you keep
is-
saying it like that?
Like what?
Child.
Because it is just
You're all
a
doing
child.
it.
Well. Because,
Yes.
for all intents and purposes, he is naught but a child. Or was when we first met. Weren't you, Desmond?
That's right, ma'am. I was just a little boy then.
And
I
you
still
still
kind
are
of
a
am.
little boy, aren't you?
It's been such a long time and I haven't grown up yet.
Okay. They're not making fun of you, are they, Desmond?
No, I don't think so. How would I tell?
I don't know. It just sounded weird.
Hmm.
Okay. As long as you're not making fun of my brother, we're cool.
Yes, we are cool.
Learned that from a hooker. Leads over to Hesman.
Wow.
From a court, of course. Now, Desmond, you have been a great help, my dear, but I agree with the rest that it is now time that you explore a little. And, whilst the coroner himself has not said so, consider the debt now paid. The nurse
Oh, yes, he made mention.
nods. Is that so? Good.
And with her saying that, Desmond is going to scuffle over to where he was seated to find his pack and his things and all that. Ready to go. With a slight little grin on his face.
The botanist.
Take your
So go on, Garrett.
take your time, Desmond. Cypher needs to go and speak to the coroner, don't you, Cypher?
Yeah, I got lessons. I don't want to go, but I'll be right back.
They make you go to school? I'm not going to
Yeah.
have to go to school, am I?
Do you know magic?
No.
you want to learn?
I haven't the interest. It doesn't really concern me. I'd rather not. No.
Okay. Okay.
Run along, Cypher.
I said home! And he runs off down the corridor.
Okay.
Desmond's just gonna wave.
Oh. God damn it. All right. So, with that, Cypher, you're obviously going to be spending the next few hours with the coroner as he imparts knowledge. We'll come to you in a minute. Desmond, Reza, Garrett, is there anything else you wish to do? Are you going to wait for Cypher for the few hours, or are you going to depart the society for now?
I was thinking we'd take Desmond back and get him settled in while Cypher's doing lessons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Okay.
So what we'll do then? First, we shall. I'll jump to Cypher. Cypher, is there anything in particular you're wanting to ask the coroner, or?
He wants to know if the heart that he brought
All right.
is viable.
In that case, then,
for a call.
so the answer to that question was yes. So
Yes,
we will-
yes, I do.
So, with that then, we'll... As you set off from the group Cypher down the main chamber, fling open the doors to the coroner's room, descend down the stairs into his central chamber, the familiar obelisk in the center of the room, pulsing with energy, the occasional face or hand of a spirit just reaching out, screaming, shouting for release. You see the coroner just huddled over a small lectern as he's flicking through a book.
Right, Cypher hurtles towards him. He's still excited, so he's got all this excited energy, so he runs over and then stops, takes a deep breath, and then he's like, okay. In mimicking the mannerisms of Garrett, and he goes, Master, I'm here for my lesson.
The coroner turns his head, the slight creaking of bone echo around the silent chamber. Again, apart from the occasional ethereal screech and scream, but... Unusual? No. No. Too much like the... Elf-born. No.
You mean Garrett?
I do. Lesson. Good. Yes.
Question.
Answers.
The heart of the silent one, is it viable? Is it still useful?
The coroner drops his gaze back to the lectern in front of him in this ancient tome. And he slowly begins to nod. Useful. Yes. Ancient creatures. Heart of a quiet one. Unusual for you to find this without delving into the... And just as you get the impression he's about to say the name of something, but he just cuts himself off and just nods once again. Yes.
Cypher just nod with him. Yeah.
Useful.
He knows what he's... Sadly, it's not in pristine condition. The rats seem to have got to it before I before I made the connection of it being useful.
Dry it out. Grind down. Useful. Yes.
No good for a core of a lantern, then, yeah. Too degraded.
Far too degraded. Also, heart. For core hearts needed. Dragon. Minimum. Brain. Far better.
Okay.
With this, as you go about your business, Cypher, the coroner remains silent for a good hour. As you are in the process of rummaging through various tomes that have been stacked up for you, you hear the coroner just pipe up. Are you uninjured?
Cypher. Wait. Oh, you mean? Yeah, I'm fine.
The chirurgeon lectured me for a considerable amount of time in regards to my conduct yesterday. I was once an coroner pauses for a moment, turns around and looks towards Cypher. Vow unto me secrecy. And you begin to notice, Cypher, that he begins to move his hand in a manner of casting a spell. Cypher? Anybody?
Hello?
microphone died for some reason.
Oh no! Oh no!
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You're far away.
It sounds like a headset mic.
It does.
Okay, 2 seconds.
There we go. Oh, no,
Oh,
you're
there
good,
we
you're
go.
good, you're good, you're good.
Are we good, are we? Okay, yeah,
We're
my
good.
microphone turned itself off for some reason. So I had to, like, unplug it, turn it back on, and switch into, like, figure 8 and then back to choreo. I was like, the fuck is going on here?
Just Discord thing.
Yeah. So, yeah, so you, I would imagine you heard what I said then?
Yeah, I heard
Yeah.
totally fine. I can't remember
Okay.
what I responded.
Okay, so basically, the coroner, swear that...
Yeah,
You can- Go on.
I asked, had I seen the hand movements before?
Roll me an Arcana check.
Arcana. 16. Or are they anywhere familiar to something I may or may not have seen?
They're definitely something that you would have read up on. Not in depth. You don't know the exact spell, but should you swear a vow of secrecy, what is said needs to be kept between yourself and not shared, else another spell will be triggered on you. Should basically should you break the vow, there is a delayed spell effect Should you agree?
Okay, Cypher cocks his head and goes, the consequence?
Erasure.
The loss of the memory, yeah?
Soul and body.
I don't know if that's worth it. I would say yes. However, Vanya likes to use Zone of Truth to learn things. Being compelled, I wouldn't like to divulge these secrets and lose oneself, just for your information.
The coroner closes his hand and nods in response. And that is why you are my student.
Everything has a price.
Everything has a price. Yes. But no, you weighed up the pros and cons. Good. You are learning. Therefore, you are to be trusted. I will give you one sliver. Yes. The city below used to be my home eons ago. The obelisk. While I will not tell you the reason of its creation, it is corrupted. I hoped that with the various delves into the city below that it was buried, never to be seen again. But there is always interest, always just inquisitive minds delving into things that they do not understand, nor should they understand. That obelisk must remain buried forever. So, should you or any of your flea companions ever wish to delve into what lies beneath the city, you must under no circumstance allow them into the center, towards the obelisk. Do you understand?
I do.
The coroner just offers a single nod. Good. Then, as an further apology, I will answer one question truthfully. Anything you wish.
Cypher looks at the obelisk. And then looks at the coroner. They're similar, yes? In both design
Yes.
and construct?
Yes, and no. This is a restricted. The one in the center of the city below is unrestrained. Eternal. While this here delves into the shadow, the ethereal plane, the city below delves into places much deeper, darker.
And that's why it's corrupted, yeah? He's chancing it with asking another question.
Mm-hmm. Roll me a persuasion check. Coroner turns his back to you. I have answered more than... You need know little else. All you need to know. Do not delve too deep into the city below.
Cypher nods. He's like, let's try.
Anything further you wish to ask the coroner while you've, or do while you're in training?
He's just going to ask about because the coroner kind of leaves him to it most of the time unless he's doing something practical.
Yep.
So he's just going to ask about books about warding magic, protection magic, for what we asked for.
Okay.
So he's just going to go, are there any books focused on protection wards or warding magic? So we can protect the basement and get other things out.
You wish for... Third shelf. Right-hand side. Without even looking, he points towards a shelf. There should be a single scroll within a wooden box. Open.
Okay. Enough Cypher goes.
Inside, as you begin to rummage through the shelves, you notice this old, ornate wooden box, the one the coroner motioned to. As you take it off the shelf and open it, there is a single scroll. Not made of parchment. Again, something that you are familiar with, that has been made of flesh. A parchment of flesh, tied up with a ribbon of dried entrails, but without even looking at you, the coroner... This is an old artifact. An ancient... Did what?
Did the nurse make this? he's kind of sniffing it.
No. This is far before her time. But within that lies a, when read and fed with the fresh blood of a creature, will offer protection against the dead, fiends, fae, elementals, aberrations, celestials.
Doesn't matter about the nature of the creature.
That which you speak, when reading the scroll is what it protects from.
Okay.
I only have but 2 of those. One I must keep for research. That one is priceless. But So, from an out-of-character point of view at the minute, the coroner knows he done fucked up.
So now he's just giving us a shady shit because he's feeling guilty.
So that's kind of the... Again, a creature who's lived this long doesn't really understand... Mortal life to him is like squishing a bug. But run me a quick insight check before I... You may have already noticed it because it was mentioned earlier, but...
40.
Coroner bows to no one. Apart from... Did you notice earlier?
Yeah, he bowed to us.
Nope. I mean, he did...
He bowed to the chirurgeon.
You get the impression that for some... this is, uncharacteristic of the coroner, but you get a slight memory that he mentioned earlier that, he'd spoken with the chirurgeon and that the chirurgeon had chewed him out.
Cypher looks at him quizzically. He's like... Strange.
Ask no more questions. Consider the attempt on your life paid.
Understood.
So, with that, if there is nothing further, we shall focus on Garrett and Reza as they begin to escort a young boy through the lower streets of Nova Stoya. Garrett, Reza, Desmond, over to you. In fact, before you do that, Rattle Rabbit, welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you very much for that raid. I appreciate it. How are you all today? But yeah, Garrett, Reza, Desmond.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, hello.
Over to you.
Right. So, Desmond, we are, Garrett and I will escort you back to where we live, get you settled in, while Cypher does his lessons. I'm sure you like where we live. We live above a tavern that we own. Isn't that right, Garrett?
Yes, we own it and operate from it.
A tavern with ruffians.
That's just the staff.
Oh, excellent. How far is it? How far away?
Just out the end of Market Row and round the corner. Shouldn't be more than a couple of minutes.
All right, then. I'm ready when you are.
So with everything packed, the three of you depart the society into the alleyways of Market Row, meandering your way through the various stalls and hawkers trying to peddle whatever wares are going. At one point, one rough-looking seller grabs hold of Desmond. Hey, kids, you want to buy yourself a nice hat?
Reza does like a chopping motion on his arm, because I was actually about to say that I would imagine they're having Desmond walk between Garrett and Reza.
Okay.
Well, despite best efforts, Desmond's tendency is to kind of walk and float between whoever he's with and anybody else that he doesn't perceive to be part of the group. Kind of like the way like a dog would, like a German Shepherd.
Oh no.
Do you want to buy this hat, kid? Just as the hawker shouts, Reza's hand just... the fuck you doing?
Boys, ours. Fuck off.
Alright.
Oh, thank you very much, ma'am. I could have handled it on my own, I'm sure. You know, these street people, they can be rather nasty, but they don't mean... generally, they don't mean too much harm, but I'm sure it would have been fine.
Of course.
It's a good thing to set certain boundaries from the offset. Saves on complications later on.
Oh, I agree. But I assure you, I can, despite my small stature, I have handled myself quite well over the years.
I have no doubt. Have you ventured into lower streets before, Desmond?
Here and there, usually when there's not so many folk on the streets. The gentleman doesn't prefer for me to be seen as much as I can get away with. It's, you know, the thing is, I do with a bit of, you could say, makeup every once in a while, and when it starts to slip due to rain or what have you, it can end in some people having poor reactions.
That is fair.
Yes.
Saying that, it's probably evident that he's getting a little bit like that rosy childlike luster is probably fading from his cheeks.
I find usually when makeup starts to fade, a good deep cloak with a hood can cover a lot of splotches.
And at that he'll actually take the cloak that he's wearing and put the hood up over his face.
Excellent.
And he'll just follow with them on the way because he has no idea where he's going. He's just following them.
So at this point, you, Reza and Gat, you kind of notice that Desmond's looking around in not so much awe, but in somewhat of an inquisitive nature. You get the impression he obviously doesn't know much of Market Row or lower streets in general. So if there's anything that you wish to divulge, or some important information, now might be a good time to do so. As you're walking down the streets of Market Row.
So, Reza will kind of say quietly to the group as they're walking, "Now, Desmond, pay close attention. We have some good relationships with folks here in Market Row. See the shop there? That's Dwen's shop. We give her quite a lot of business. She's usually very good to us. And then
All right.
As they go further down the street, she'll point out Garnock's stand where he does tanning. She's like, and then this gentleman here, I want to say he's a gnome, and his name sounds something like Garlic. I can never remember it, but he is also sort of working for us to a degree and helping us make fine leather goods. So he's also, I wouldn't say to trust him, because you should not trust anybody in lower streets, but...
Oh, no. I'll be sure not to trust anyone.
Good. He does owe us a certain amount of loyalty.
So they are mostly like shopkeepers. Is that correct? They have businesses.
Yes, they do. And
So it seems like if the people that actually have the businesses, but the ones that don't, you don't really know, and they're not to be trusted.
Trust is a very fluid term when it comes to the majority of the shopkeepers of Market Row. We can
After your
trust
coin.
them to the excess of we patron their shops. They pay us a small stipend, and we protect the row from outside influences.
I see. You can't trust them, but you can rely upon their self-interest and maybe greed.
Excellent.
I've known those kinds.
Mm-hmm.
I like a bit of coin, but there are better things in life, I'm sure. I've yet to find them, but I'm sure that they are there.
Whereas others would seek to squeeze the shops here for every penny, we would rather that they prosper. So we don't menace them or extort their hard-earned monies, but we do offer a service that is paid for. And
I see.
So
Like,
more-
like taxes, almost.
yes. But with this, there is a seeable results, shall we say. And since we've run the Baron's Folly, there has been quite a span of peace and prosperity in the row. Would you not say, Reza?
I think that's a good word for it.
Baron's Folly. What's that?
That is your new home.
So it's a tavern called the Folly. Interesting name. I've never heard of it before. Don't think.
I would think very few outside of Market Row would have heard of the Folly.
All right. Well, lead on then. I think I have it. These people here, they owe you fealty of a sort, and you are sort of like their lord, in a sense, but not really. And you protect them to a degree, something like that.
I have no lordship here. It's a more symbiotic relationship.
I think I understand.
Good. Let's go and see who's on the door right now.
Desmond will scurry after Garrett at this point because it seems like he's leading the show.
Okay. Desmond, is there anything in particular that you're wanting to know about the general area, or how... anything that you could perceive? Is there anything you wish to ask me as the DM or investigate?
I'm guessing that if he's ever been here, it was probably long enough ago that he just doesn't remember, and it was not the streets where they are. And he's kind of just happy to be getting out and with other people rather than alone or with, Pariahs or whatever kind of people or company other than the coroner, or doing whatever the coroner wants him to do at the time.
Yeah.
So he's honestly pretty well just content to just see things and go and learn as he goes.
All
I'm
right.
not going to ask a whole lot of questions.
So, the vast majority of the sights and sounds of Market Row is mostly the screaming and shouting of various peddlers trying to hawk off whatever wares they've got. Eventually, as you leave Market Row and enter Lower Streets proper, the houses turn more to that of dilapidated structures. A multitude of the houses just overhang the streets, giving off quite a closed-in environment. Having traipsed through the main street, you eventually get to a large courtyard with an old brick building with a sign on the front that reads "The Baron's Folly." Just outside of the Baron's Folly is a large, tanned man with his arms folded, looking somewhat unpleasant, unwelcoming, one could say.
Who's that? He's going to whisper towards people he's with.
Don't know, who's it?
Who's
Was
the
Errol on
large?
boy, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
Ah, this is one of our employees. This is Errol.
As you begin
Alright
to
then.
approach the front of the Folly, the incredibly well-built man looks down, nods to Garrett and Reza, and then fixes his eyes upon Desmond.
Hello.
Yeah, good to meet you. Are we allowing kids in here now?
Errol, this is Desmond. He will be staying with us for a time. Under our protection, of course.
Of course. In that case, then, the large man kneels down and offers a hand towards Desmond to shake. His somewhat unfriendly demeanor still there, and you get the impression that this is just Errol.
All right. Desmond will reach out and grip his hand.
Errol shakes it and offers a nod toward Desmond. If there be anything you need, then you let me know. I will try my best to accommodate you. And anyone ever causes
Absolutely.
you trouble, yeah, go on, little man.
And he'll nod and just follow after the others.
Errol just watches as Garrett, Desmond, and Reza enter the tavern and just looks back to the street, shakes his head. Errol, just don't ask questions. Just keep your mouth shut and... What's the worst that could happen? As the door opens to the Folly and you all step inside, you're met with the cacophony of voices, the shouting, jeering of a multitude of drunkards. The usual scene of Lyella, the barkeep's daughter, running back and forth, ferrying drinks and food to various tables. Julian behind the bar, pouring drinks left, right, and centre. And yes, there is just off in the corner Thaddeus.
Yeah.
Oh, I've not got any instruments to hand at the minute. Making weird and wonderful noise with this backpack full of odd musical instruments.
Reza
I'm
winces.
Yeah, go on, Reza, over to you. I'm about to say this is basically now on you to show Desmond the ropes.
So Reza winces as the sounds that are being produced and sort of clenches her teeth and says to Desmond, "We also occasionally have entertainment."
Is that what you call this?
Yes. Sometimes, yes. That's. Good job, Thaddeus. Top notch. Just
you.
right. So, just ignore him. God, my ears. Right. Shall we go upstairs and you can put your things down, and then we'll give you a proper tour.
Oh, that would be nice.
No. Would you like your own room, or would you rather bunk with Cypher and Vanya?
I don't take up much space, so I think I can just, you say bunk with them.
Sure, I'm sure Cypher will love that. There is, and I imagine they're in the stairs this time, and the sound is fading. Fuck you. One thing you must be careful of, Desmond.
Yes.
Do not ever touch Vanya's clothes.
Never touch her clothes, but does she wear them? What if we need to, like, help her with something?
Reza was not prepared for this, but so unless she asks for help, don't touch her clothes. She's very, very sensitive about them.
Is she very ugly? She likes to have nice clothes or something?
No, she is just, let me put it this way. Do you have any possessions that bring you just a great deal of comfort?
Yes.
That's
And he's
Okay.
going to, when he says that, he's going to fish into his pack and pull out what appears to be a large, blunt instrument that's overly ornate and probably heavy.
what is this?
It's a toy. It's a toy my mom got me when I was little.
Oh, lovely.
It definitely has bloodstains on it.
Explain in a bit more detail what this item is that you procure from your backpack.
It is about, well, keep in mind he's 3 feet tall. So he pulls this thing out. It is half his height. It has a broad head that looks a lot like a sphere with a patterning on it, similar to like an ornate bell almost. And it has a handle on it. And when he pulls it, it has there's a bit of a clacking noise or like faint ringing. It comes from it like almost like a broken bell, just on a handle. Like it's something that looks like it's supposed to make noise when you move it, like a bell on a stick, but it's just encapsulated. It looks like it should be expensive, but it's just very worn. It's seen better days, and it just looks like a big hunk of metal on a stick that makes a faint rattling noise.
Oh. Okay, yes, so this object is very important to you, so that is how Vanya feels about her clothes.
Ah, so she probably doesn't hit people with them then.
No, she does not. She hits people who hurt her clothes.
Think I understand.
Yes. You'll understand more when you meet her. I'm sure you and her will get along just fine. But anyway, here we go. This is the door here. Now, do be quiet because Anya is sleeping right now. Poor girl had a very difficult day yesterday. So just go on in and, I'm not exactly sure which one Cypher sleeps in, but I know.
As the door is creaked open, you all peer inside and you see in the room Vanya at the far end on her bed, sprawled out, drool running down the side of her cheek, soaking her pillow. Tongue half hanging out, and completely out of it.
Is she dead?
No. No, she just...
Is she dying?
Probably not.
Are you sure?
No.
Right then. If she dies, do I get her clothes?
We'll have to talk about that because I think they would fit me better than you, but we'll talk about it. But only if she dies of natural causes. All right?
I see, yes.
Okay.
Just going to be very quiet and overly suspicious, like tiptoeing into the room.
Oh, since you've said that, I'm going to make you roll a stealth check now.
Have you got your rattle out?
Yes. Yes.
In that case, if you've got the rattle out, you are at disadvantage. Roll me a stealth check at disadvantage, please, Desmond.
Yes. Desmond will sneak in. Perfect stealth.
Oh my god, 18
Oh my
at
God.
disadvantage.
How?
How does this look?
Desmond has pulled it. He has his rattle in one hand, but he's pulled his hands up like in a very exaggerated pose, almost like you'd expect someone from like a older cartoon to be walking, like with his hands up in front of him, like the T-Rex arms, and he's raising his knees really high with every step and just stalking forward into the room. And he's actually making a lot of noise.
But Vanya's just KO'd.
Yeah. He even despite the noise that's actually being made, he sounds uncharacteristically heavy for his size. On the wooden floor, now off the cobble streets in the dirt.
Mm-hmm.
Every step is a thunk, thunk, thunk.
Do we notice that?
Roll me a perception check. It's quiet, apart from Vanya's drooly, snoring noises, so it wouldn't be difficult to not hear it, unless you get a 5 or less.
Vampire advantage? Maybe?
No.
And it actually took me that long to roll because I couldn't remember the alphabet. I wasn't waiting for you to answer because I knew it would be no.
Regardless, you would both immediately pick up that, the creak of the floorboards echo around the room a lot louder than someone of Desmond's size should.
So just kind of tilts her head and glances at Garrett if he's come upstairs with them.
Oh yeah, I'm right there.
Okay. Interesting.
But if I get to a corner of the room, Desmond will set his things down as quietly as possible, which is probably not that quiet, and
No.
then just start doing the stalking back towards the door to leave.
Every step, the floor creaks.
Thunk, thunk.
And with that, eventually, Desmond, you step out of the room, close the door behind you, with both Garrett and Reza on either side of the door, just staring at you.
Like I was never there.
No. Let's just step into my room for a second.
Desmond will follow.
Unlock my door. Invite both of them in and point to the couple of chairs that are free on the opposite side of my table.
Marissa takes her usual chair.
And Desmond will try to climb into the one that is unoccupied.
I'll wait patiently for him to get situated.
I
Right,
imagine
and-
this taking like 5 minutes, which is hilarity.
Well, I say climb into it, but it's probably pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he would, like, realistically, he'd just come up and basically do like a muscle up into the chair and sit down in it.
Garrett's just too polite to start talking before he comfortably sat in the chair.
And he'll just sit there, crosses his hands on his lap, like on his knees, put his hands on his knees, and just look directly at you.
Okay, Desmond. Welcome to the Baron's Folly.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be here. It's a lovely place. I thought it was going to be a bit of a dump, but it's actually very nice.
Yes, it grows on you after a while.
Hopefully not literally. Have you ever had mold? Unsightly stuff.
I'll take a word for it. Now, I don't want you to take any offense, but you've come from our friends, and I'll be plain. A man cannot serve two masters. So, I understand you may have feeling and allegiances to the society, but while you are living with us and being part of our, for want of a better word,
Oh,
little family.
family.
I would like you to put our needs at the forefront of your mind.
At the word family, Desmond's eyes open very wide. Oh, yes. After you're done talking, oh, yes, absolutely. The gentleman and the lady and all the others, they have been very helpful and they know me well, and I've spent a lot of time with them, but I am, as they said, I am free from any debt to them. And while I like them, I think I need to stretch my legs, and this seems like a nice place to do that.
Good. by no means will you be cut off from them. We have regular dealings with the four of them, and we will not stop you in any way seeing them, but every one of us, our first priority is to looking after the group as a whole.
I see. Understood then? I think I know what you're saying, yes. Look out for those that are here and under this roof, and it's more like they are like aunts and uncles than anything else. Had a few of those. Not very fond of them.
A good approximation. We also keep each other's counsel, each other's secrets, because there's certain things that we know of each other that would not be welcome in the outside world. The powers that be in Novostoya.
Ah, yes. Familiar with that. And that'll prompt him to take his little handkerchief and dab away at his eye, make sure that he's not leaking at all.
Roll me a performance check.
Oh, not wrong thing.
So good. As you pull the handkerchief away, you are good. Spotless, one would say.
Mm-hmm. Which of course will leave the off-white rag stained a blackish red where he was flying it.
But if you need anything going forward, clothing, food, we can provide. The kitchens here will always feed you. Francis is an interesting sort, but he does mean very well.
Eating. I have eaten before. I don't quite find most of it very appealing, honestly. I think I'll have to pass, but maybe if he makes something special every once in a while.
At him saying that, Raza kind of looks at him more intently. What do you enjoy eating, Desmond?
I don't typically need to. It's every once in a while I find something interesting and you think, have you ever found yourself thinking, wow, that looks interesting. I wonder how it would taste.
No.
Well, every once in a while I think of that. But not most things. And probably by now, Desmond looks a lot more like the portrait image, like less rosy cheeked, very sallow, and like there's very little movement in his face when he's talking. It's just like the mouth is opening almost.
Are you tired, Desmond?
No, sir. I'm not tired. I don't. Come to think of it, I don't get tired very often.
Now there's something we have in common.
Indeed.
And yes, sir, I understand what you might mean. I think the reason that the coroner did not wish for me to leave too much, the gentleman, he did not wish for me to leave very often with others, is because I'm a bit strange too. I'm a bit out of place. You see, I come from a noble family. At least that's what my mother said. She told me I was a very special boy. And since I've been away from her, I've been kept separate because of that, I think.
Yes, noble families have a want to do that from time to time.
We're all a bit different here, Desmond.
I should think so. You all seem to be a bit different from the people on the street, and trust me, that is a compliment. I find that most people are distasteful in general, so I am relieved that I have a nice place to stay away and just be separate for a while, here and there. I promise not to be too much of a bother.
I don't think you'll be a bother at all. Others can be far more draining, but there's sort of unwritten rule we have that has come up just lately, that whereas we try not to pry in other people's affairs, we learned that the hard way. When it's time for people to open up to each other, we will listen and not judge. But no one will force you to tell everything about yourself. And we ask the same.
Oh, of course. Your business is your business, and I understand that you wish to have this be somewhat a bit exclusive. But I can respect your boundaries, and I will mind my own. I'll keep within my own lines. It should be fine.
Okay. Well, you have the run of the place. If we go downstairs, we'll introduce you to all the staff, and because we're not used to having someone that looks as young as you in the establishment,
All right. So, you're all monsters.
We're all monsters here.
Rather than RP it all out, because we could be here for a few hours RPing with all the characters. I'm sure in time you will meet them as they are brought up. But with that, Garrett and Reza escort Desmond through the folly, meeting Lyella, the waitress, Julian, her father, and the barkeep, Francis, who's the Baron's Folly's chef, along with Kruger, having kicked him out of bed for a second time today, who is the foul-mouthed...
Fuck Kruger.
a foul-mouthed lout, but has proven to be, somewhat reliable in a fight, along with Errol, George, and Finn, the other three primary guards of the Folly. You do hear Desmond mention of a gentleman by the name of Falco, who is almost like the number two of the group. Any tasks that need to be delegated are usually passed to Falco, and then he will issue them to everyone else underneath him. But Falco's been bedridden for a day after sustaining a few injuries the night before.
Very well.
It would be at this point where you find yourselves back in the main chamber of the Baron's Folly. Again, by this point now, past midday, the vast majority of the punters are in, drinking, eating, and enjoying themselves, where Cypher returns from his studies.
And like a rocket, he comes bursting through the door. He's still here?
Yes, of course he is. He
Yes.
lives with us now.
He's right there.
Desmond, what are you doing at the moment?
Probably in the back, seeing what Francis is doing, because he's kind of fascinated by the cooking that's going on, or potential cooking, whatever passes for cooking that Francis is doing.
Cypher will burst into the kitchen. He'll hug and try and pick up Desmond, and fail.
Roll me a quick athletics check, Cypher.
And I like, oh god.
Oh,
Oh god.
Desmond, what happens as Cypher tries to pick you up? This is all on you, my dude.
Well, as Cypher's arms wrap around Desmond to pick him up, he just doesn't move. Like maybe a little shift, but there's next to no vertical lift, maybe just like a little jump off, and then he's back down with a thunk, because he weighs about 120 pounds.
Oh god. Desmond. Oh god, you're so heavy.
Yes, well, probably it doesn't help that I'm wearing a chain underneath the jacket.
That'll do it.
Hmm.
Yeah, I can't wear that. It's too heavy. Oh god.
Rather unpleasant for most folks.
Francis, you met my brother.
So go on, Desmond.
Desmond's reaction is going to be instead to try to pick Cypher up for what he can, like because he's stooped down to try to grab him. He's going to try to pick him back up in return. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but
Roll me an athletics check. Let's see. Cypher's not exact. Yeah, that's.
I reckon that's more than enough to pick Cypher up.
All right. Cypher, you happy giving Desmond control on this one?
Yeah, crack on.
so as Cypher's reached down and grabbed hold of him and muckled on, so he has a very secure grasp, Desmond will just do the same thing back to him and just pick him up, and just after a few moments, just set him back down. That's it. Just try not to be like obviously trying not to do anything that would like cause any disruption in the area, like not trying to shake anybody around or anything. Just kind of trying to restrain his excitement.
Cypher, you are easily picked up and set down, and you would notice just how
And
easy it was for him to do it. So go on, Desmond.
The thing that I want to just also point out when you grab onto him, it's not like grabbing onto a person. It's like grabbing onto like a barrel or something like that. It's like grabbing onto a solid object rather than something like it's squishy and fleshy.
And I noticed this, yeah?
I
Absolutely.
would say you have to have noticed.
Yeah.
So whatever fucking remark Francis gives, Cypher totally ignores. And it's like, oh. He just looks at Desmond. Desmond?
Yes.
Can I borrow you?
Oh no.
Or borrow me? But how are you going to borrow me? I don't think I'm busy, but how are you going to borrow me? I was already given to you by the gentleman.
No, not like that. Not like that. It's a polite way of asking if you could have a word. Garrett taught me.
Ah, I see. Yes, I have a moment.
Okay. And he grabs his hand and takes him upstairs.
All right, so you'll just follow him.
Reza, Garrett, you would just see from your... where are you two sat at the moment in the folly?
Sat on the table that was always occupied by Asmund.
Okay, right near the fireplace. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So just behind you, you hear the door to the kitchen just burst open. And as you turn over to look over your shoulder, you just see Cypher leading Desmond. Behind you, over the over the central carpet, up the wooden rise onto the slightly elevated sort of entertainment area, and then towards the stairwell. And then with another slam of the door, boom, they disappear.
I don't know whether to be happy that he's got a friend or worried about what they're going to do.
Personally, I'm terrified.
Yeah. Me too.
Cypher, Desmond.
So Cypher's going to take him upstairs, not into their bedroom because he knows Vanya's asleep. So he's going to take a side room just
Okay.
to chat with him. Because Garrett's room will probably closed, right?
Oh, yeah.
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 All right. Well, Desmond will just follow follow Cypher wherever he's going to. Just as fast as he can. He's a little bit slower, but he'll try.
And once in the room, Cypher will drop the visage that he uses to walk around with every day, and you see like Cypher's true form: pale white orbs, white skin, basically a slit where his mouth is, and hardly any nose. And he goes, "You're different."
I should think we're all a little bit different. Yes.
Yeah, but look, I'm squishy, and he pokes his skin, and you're not.
No, never. Well, some parts, but mostly no. And he'll just knock on his cheekbone, and it's just going to have a metal on wood sound, kind of. Just the
What's
knuckles on
that?
his cheek. Oh well, you see that's just how I've always been, as long as I can remember. Everything is just. Like you said, someone else said, we're all just a little bit different, and I'm just a boy that's not made of squishy parts. Mostly.
Cypher touches his face, and he starts feeling it.
The part his face, while it moves a little bit, it's just like feels like if you were pushing like an unpolished dinner plate almost. Like it's just something that's the semblance of skin, but it's not skin.
You look different to how you feel. Why is that? Look, it looks like skin, but it's not. And he's like touching his face.
You just hear this clink, 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 clink.
Yeah, it's just. Well, I don't really know. It's just how it's always been. Ever since I can remember. Mom always told me I was very special, and that was part of it. And also, that's why I sometimes had to go and see the gentleman and get. She called it. I don't really remember. It escapes me, but I do have a little bit of a kit that I use to make sure that everything is in working condition. But mostly just... I'm just a... I don't know what to call it, just a bit different.
I get it. I didn't know what to call it till Garrett told me what I was too. I'm different. I can change. I mean, you saw, but yeah.
I don't change. Just look different from how I am for a little while.
I
And
get
then I
that.
stay out of the light for the most of the
I get that too. I never had a family before Garrett. Now I got Garrett. And now I got you.
Yes. I had a family before. Once.
Was it
Just the
nice?
once. It was for a while. It was for a while. But when...
But then it wasn't.
I don't quite remember when it all stopped, but I remember distinctly that Mum always told me that I couldn't go out, I couldn't do anything, that I was... And I was always with her. And my father, I don't even remember, he did not like to speak to me. And never much spent much time with me at all. Or Mum, for that matter.
That's sad.
Hmm.
Well, you can make a new one with me, right? Me and Garrett and Teresa and Vanya, we make a new family, right?
Well, Garrett said that the people who are here are a family of a kind, so I guess yes. That sounds right.
Cypher just smiles at us. It's like, yeah. Yeah, that sounds like something Garrett would say.
Yes. Well, I am in the habit of making sure that people don't, I would say, realize how different I am. But other than that, it's just very... Otherwise, I'm fairly normal. I should think there's not too much that happens out of turn or out of order.
Okay. That's cool. Well, we're all different in our own specific ways, but I guess you gotta really ask everybody else about them. But if you want to know anything, just ask. Just ask your big brother.
Oh no.
I can do that, yes.
Cypher is bigger. He's the big brother. This is how it goes.
All right, we could do that. It looks like Francis is cooking. Do you eat?
Not like other people. I like toast. I like spiders. They got a good crunch and they kind of wriggle around.
Spiders? I don't think I've ever eaten spiders. Maybe once, but I don't remember very well. It's been such a long time since so many things have happened.
You go down in the cellar. There's. You want to come eat spiders with me?
For fuck's sake.
Yes, that sounds like fun.
Let's go find some spiders.
Oh, so with this heavy slam of a door behind you, you both begin to head downstairs. Reza, Garrett, being sat at the table near the main, the central fireplace, just see, boom, the door burst open. Garrett, Cypher, and Desmond charge past you, back into the kitchen.
Should we be worried about that?
I would say definitely.
Right, let's go.
Mhm. Yep,
So,
yeah.
as this conversation is going on, Desmond, Cypher, go back to you guys. You've got a minute or so before before Reza and Garrett turn up.
Well, we're looking for spiders. What else will we be doing down there? We're looking for spiders.
Best places are in the corners, in the dark ones, where all the bugs hide.
So, probably what's happening is in the excitement is it's going to be like a goon squad overturning a place looking for something, and we're looking for spiders. And probably munching on any spiders we find.
Yeah.
Like immediately, just boom down the hatch, popping like M&Ms.
Yeah. Hand slap, spider. Hum.
So in that case, as Reza and Garrett again charge through the kitchen, they just they see Francis and cellar. He thumbs over his shoulder towards the cellar entrance. And as Garrett and Reza step into the cellar, yeah. What do they see? How does this end, you two?
You can go with Cypher first. Whatever Cypher's doing first, I'll go with what Desmond's doing.
Cypher has like 2 legs of a spider hanging out his mouth and the twitching on his chin. He just looks at them like he's been caught doing something really bad. He's like, hmm?
And Desmond is trying to pull himself up onto a barrel, reaching for a cobweb with spiders that potentially in it in the corner. And he's just trying to reach for that while climbing up onto the barrel.
What are you two doing?
Eating spiders. Cypher said they were quite tasty. They pop when they go into your mouth.
yeah, look.
Oh, Desmond, I thought you didn't like to eat.
Well, it's not that I don't need to eat. It's just, but it sounded like fun.
I see.
And if he catches a spider at any point, he's just got to pop it into his mouth and just like a nutcracker, just crush it.
I think I'd prefer it if you two would stay out of the cellar at least until we get the basement sorted out.
Okay.
Sorted, but it looks like a good basement. What's wrong with it?
No, there is a layer below where we are now.
Yeah, behind that door. He points to the door. That's kind of covered with boxes and shit.
Cypher, is there not something else as well?
A pet. Be careful.
A pet, like a cat or a dog.
People kick cats and dogs. Other people just eat them.
I've heard of it. I have never really had a pet.
No. I got a pet Narjack. Look.
Ah, Jack. And you'll follow him.
Don't get too close. We get close enough that it sort of activates and sort of moves.
What is a Nulljack?
A Narjack is a magically activated bear trap, basically, that latches on to anything that gets within the vicinity of lunging.
Oh. Does it eat spiders?
One nearly ate Cypher.
Yeah, they eat ciphers.
Oh. It's a very ravenous pet then. All right, well, maybe best we just keep a little bit further back.
Roll me a quick insight
Yeah.
check, Cypher. I mean, that... No, you know what? I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Okay.
No, never mind.
And the only other thing is, if this thing is apparently dangerous, Desmond will make sure that he's between it and where Cypher is, just so that if it decides to do something that he's talking about, it will, especially after finding out he tries to eat ciphers, I'll try to just interpose a little bit.
How far away are you from this Snarjack trap, both of you?
At least 10 feet.
Okay.
Second I see a Twitch, I stop. Stop dead. Nope.
I take it I would have noticed the change in position of Cypher and Desmond.
With it being something relating to Cypher, I would say yes.
Would Reza have noticed? She's been watching them, whatever they're doing.
Yeah. You both of you would
Okay.
immediately pick up on that. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Not going to say anything at this time, but I'm just going to have a little half smile.
Garrett will remember this.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you two, let's leave the cellar for now.
Okay.
Cypher, you're covered in spider's webs.
Cypher webs.
Cypher.
Yeah, I know. It's late.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you look at Desmond. Desmond's also probably covered in spiderwebs, right?
And dust and everything else, yeah.
He passed prestidigitation and cleaned us both up. He's like, okay. Better?
Well, just like a little dust cloud. He's just sitting there. Yes. And he's just gonna do his best to not take his eyes off of the thing that's potentially dangerous. And if we're leaving, I'll just back away from it without turning away.
As you begin to move, you just see this trap start to shudder and shake. The iron jaws just begin to tense slightly, almost like a hungry wolf. Like, "Rrr." But as you back off, eventually the quivering of this Nulljack trap subsides.
All right. Well, very fun down here in the basement, but maybe when this thing is down here, we'll just give it a pass.
Okay.
Yes, once Vanya is awake, we will see about clearing the unwelcome visitors in the lower levels.
We got rats.
They taste better than spiders.
Depends if you eat the bones, yeah.
Oh, I don't see any now. Maybe another time.
Okay.
Wait! I nearly forgot something.
Sake, Cypher. What?
It's really, really important, this one, though.
What?
What the fuck?
And he ruffles in his bag. And he pulls out rolled human skin tied in human entrails. I got the thing in the thing.
Oh, the barrier for the... And she points towards the door.
Yes. But
Oh! Okay.
it needs a sacrifice to activate it.
What sort of sacrifice?
One that is similar to what you need to defend against.
Evil DM laugh.
So, to protect us from spirits and the like, we're going to need to sacrifice a spirit.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Alternatively, I might have something we can sacrifice for it.
Oh,
We're still in the basement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Cypher just holds out a hand, points at the wall, and the shadow, the shade of the magician he consumed is there. What if I sacrifice this?
oh.
Now, I am no expert on these matters. Your teacher would be the one to ask, but
Well, from what I've learned, shadow is just a part of the soul, right?
Fuck you.
when you control them, yes.
How am I doing so far, DM?
Fuck you.
If I sacrifice this shade in casting the scroll, would it work?
Roll me an Arcana check.
Big money, big money.
11!
Potentially. Depends what you do on the day, I guess. But you are certainly correct in that your teachings of your shadows are definitely linked to the ethereal plane. But there is certainly some merit in what you just said.
Okay.
We'll explore this further when Vanya's awake, and
I'll double check with the coroner just in case it's not strong enough, because it might just be a fraction of a soul as opposed to a whole soul, you know?
yes, I don't think we'll be venturing down there for the remainder of today. And still, we'd have to find somewhere for our new group member to stay while we are down in the depths.
Reza, go ahead. No, you.
If you're worried about me, don't be. I assure you, I can be an asset if you're looking to go in places you might think that I would not be suited to.
Garrett, perhaps we could discuss that later.
Okay. Yes, we should wait for Vanya before we make any more decisions.
So, if there's nothing left to discuss between yourselves in the cellar, there's still a fair few hours of daytime hour left, which would allow you all to, go off on your own should you wish to for a little bit, or get any other miscellaneous tasks done. Is there anything that springs to mind? In fact, we'll go through it. Cypher.
No, the only thing he's worried about is is talking to the coroner again next time he has a lesson about whether the shade would be a suitable medium for applying the spell.
Okay. Desmond?
Desmond's pretty taken with the new place, so he's just going to be going everywhere. Basically, just climbing around, looking around, trying to, like, as Cypher said something about having rats, so he's going to be looking for those, like climbing under, crawling under things, just looking everywhere, familiarizing himself, and avoiding the fancy dresses in the room because apparently someone's very touchy about those.
Okay. Garrett?
I've got some forgery to finish.
You have. Yes. So I guess you're going to spend the next few hours tinkering and finalising that.
Yes, indeed.
Roll me a quick Tinker's Tools check, please.
Ooh. Ooh. Hold.
I'm going to set this at a pretty high DC of, let's go for straight 15 to say you finish it off. Oh, just short.
Oh.
So, roll me a Twist of Fate. So it's either 1 or 2. Alright, you get 2. So basically, as you begin to print off and test out the... In fact, what does this thing look like?
The press itself is quite innocuous. It looks like a heavy book, but when you look closer, it's got rather than the book jacket, it's got a hinge that when you put in a piece of paper, the back page of the book can have the seal fixed into it, and as you put pressure on it, it puts an impression perfectly through wax and paper alike.
Alright. So, what I will say is that with this device, you managed to forge 2 identification scrolls, or two IDs to enter the coin flow district. But after the second one, either one of the screws in the hinge come loose, or there's a slight malfunction with the process that causes you to have to, on the third press, it ends up just breaking apart, causing you to have to take another night or so of tinkering to fix it. So for the moment, you've got 2 perfect passes into the coin flow district.
Perfect.
All right. Anything further you're doing, Garrett, or is that you done, tapped out as you forge these IDs?
I mean, getting the forgery is perfect. It's going to take hours of meticulous work, so even down to the lettering's got to be
spot on.
Spot on. So that's going to be my sole focus for the evening.
Okay. Last but not least, Reza. What's...
So Reza is going to be down in the bar room, just kind of like tucked away in a corner, keeping an eye on things, and she is just kind of whittling away at something small in her hands. Might be a little figurine she's working on, something like that.
All right. Well, in that case, let's go for a carpenter's tools roll, and that'll be something for you to note down on its progress.
All right. How do I do that?
Open it, combat sheet. Open it, combat sheet. In fact, yeah, actually, maybe.
I don't have carpenter tools. I have weaver's tools and leatherworking tools.
In that case, then, I would say that you would certainly be able to acquire some from someone. So I will.
Yeah,
get
if
them
you
to you.
if you recall, this is a project she's been working on ever
It
since she
is.
came back, little by little. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. You got woodcarver's tools now.
Lovely.
So yeah, just give me a roll, and this is just for the not for how good it is, but just the progress made. That's pretty good. All right. So, with that, I dare say, with everyone involved in their own miscellaneous tasks, that would bring us to the end of the day. Should anyone wish another short rest, obviously you could fit one in now if you need it, but otherwise we will pick this up first thing in the morrow when hopefully Vanya becomes lucid and coherent on the dawn of a new day in Novostoya. Good shit.
Yeah. Welcome, Desmond.
Welcome to Pariahs, Desmond.
Oh, yes, it'd be so much fun.
I had too much fun with this.
Yep. Nice little introduction there. When you guys went into the cellar, I'm like, oh, fuck. There we go. Let's see how this goes.
Well, madness.
Absolutely, yeah. But no, Bonecaller,
Yes.
what do you do? Where can people find you?
Well, I also stream on Twitch as the Bone Caller. Just all one word. But you know what I'm here. I'm chilling out, just trying to be the best little creepy doll kind of guy I can give for the story. Do it for the RP and the memes.
Yes, the memes are certainly strong.
That is it. That's it.
All right. Reza, is anything you're doing soon?
What?
Is there anything you're launching soon? That you wanna,
Oh, I am actually, myself and a group of others. We are launching a new, I guess, RP platform server for Conan Exiles. If anyone's interested in that, please inquire in Monsieur Solutions Discord, and the information can be provided. But we're excited. It launches next Saturday.
Happy days.
Mm-hmm.
See, Durs has got us. Durs has got us there. Look at that. Cheers, Durs. I appreciate it, buddy.
Acting like a proper mod.
I know. I mean, he's not acting. He is. Let's be honest. Garrett, Cypher, anything from you two?
No.
No, I don't think so.
Nothing that the internet needs to know about.
Yeah. Yeah. Just my own life, and that's none of your fucking business.
So, in that case, then, I dare say, thank you for you all for tuning in to episode 23. Thank you, of course, to the scrote bags who acts out this dark fantasy for me every Sunday, and yeah, welcome to Bone Caller for joining us to start his journey in Pariahs.
We're all monsters here.
Yeah,
It's a dark world.
Mm-hmm.
it is. Anything you lot want to say to chat?
Bye,
Goodbye,
chat.
chat.
See you next week.
Join us next time. Same bat channel, same bat time.
Fuck's sake.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Ah.
Next time on Dragon Balls.
No. I'm out. thank you all for joining us. Let's see if there's someone to raid. Ta-ta for now. See you all next Sunday.